Fun. Hello! Welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It, the game where we play some Shadowrun tabletop RPG with YouTubers and streamers. We have Avak, we have Steejo, we have Shen, and we have Splat. Say hello, people.
Hello, people.
Hello, people.
Hello, people.
Aloha.
Right.
Hello.
So, I'm feeling better. We can go all night without my voice dying halfway through like happened last time.
All night long.
I didn't think I was going to get away with that one. Okay. Yeah, so what happened last time? Last time you were headed to a cult compound in Scotland. The cult compound to kidnap / liberate / rescue a son of some corporate executives who had decided to run off there. You're not sure whether he wants to leave or has been like gone on his own will or whatever, but you're headed up there to do that anyway. On the way, you managed to get some information about the place from an ex-member. The ex-member also asked you to get some documents and also to murder the head of the cult.
No.
That's
He just wants to
if we're
talk.
Yeah.
That's just if we're feeling particularly motivated. I feel like taking this one halfway.
Yeah, that was an option.
I mean,
took
if
in
we
that one.
see him and I've got
Why
bullets in
stress
my gun.
ourselves? Why stress ourselves?
I'd be okay if we just sat this one out, to be honest.
What do we need? Cyber ulcers? I mean, we'll be fine.
So you headed up to Scotland. You found yourself a little unused safe house, only a few miles from the actual compound itself, thanks to an ex-Shadowrunner named Glenn, who used to work in the area. You then proceeded to have a little bit of a look around, found that the awakened forest had managed to kind of reclaim a lot of the nearby surrounding area. And Pug and Blowback managed to get themselves bitten by ticks. These ticks injected them with some interesting drugs. Pug is currently allergic to anything soy-based. And Blowback currently is unable to sleep and is hyperactive. And this is where we rejoin our riders. As they finish a night's sleep, Blowback does not, in a little disused barn that is currently serving as a safe house.
Did I roll for sleeping? I can't remember.
I got bit by a meth bug.
Can't remember. Have you healed? No. Did you crit glitch for your sleep? No, that was at the hotel because you bit your tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll.
No,
again.
I didn't roll.
Yeah.
I scrolled back. I didn't roll.
So as per usual, tips do get stuff for the players themselves. Oh, you managed to sleep,
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, son.
dude. That probably also heals the like biting of your tongue point of damage as well, because that takes like a day. And to be honest, you've had a day where you haven't really done very much.
I'm fairly
so-
certain that we can rule unless he bit the tip of his tongue off, that
Yeah.
would heal in a day whether he was sleeping or not. Because
Yeah.
it pretty much does.
Yeah,
Your
I
mouth
did
is
that one
designed
time.
not to suffer wounds lightly.
I was sleeping, and my girlfriend was like in my arm, but she had a nightmare, and she jumped, and it hit my jaw while I was sleeping, and my tongue was in between my teeth. That's why I got a big chunk of my tongue missing, man. I woke up and I was just like
Wow.
spitting blood everywhere. I was like, really? What the fuck?
Are you
Bit
sure
a
she didn't?
chunk of your tongue off. Oh
Yeah,
my
sure she didn't
yeah.
bite you?
Piece of it missing.
Dude, I really hope that like the next day she wakes up not knowing what's happened and gone, oh, I had the worst dream last night, turns around and you're there like blood, bandages, like, really? You had a bad dream?
She mostly just couldn't stop apologizing.
Yeah, so tips go towards getting stuff for the players. I think at certain milestones like $25, $50, $75, they get extra die. Then they also get extra edge, which is awesome. And then at 500 and multiples thereof, they get favor. They currently have 4 favors in the bank. Any die and extra edge that they had, we've converted into extra karma for the group. So the group got extra karma last session. But they do still have 4 favors, which they may use. So, Cave manages to sleep. Pseudo sleeps. Pug sleeps, although sadly dreaming about marshmallows.
I think you just want Pug on a diet. That's not fair, man.
There's actually like a little table which you can roll for like what happens in the drug that the tick infects you with. I was very glad that your one was the soy one. I was so happy.
Was there like obesity on there too? It's like roll for obesity. Just like get
I
fatter
will
after it
check.
bites you.
I have
Is
like
that actually a Shadowrun? Need like insulin stops along the road? Oh my god.
You just inflate like Harry Potter's aunt, just like.
yeah. Next time like you get like attacked by ghouls or a blowback, you're just gonna become a diabetic. We're just gonna go through the tediousness of your blood sugar's too high now. You need to stop in the middle of the run to.
Guys, find a quickie mart. My blood sugar. My blood sugar.
Okay.
I wonder how diabetes affects the sort of like elevated heart rate and general resource consumption rate of your body when you're like, quite often in crazy firefights. I wonder how that would actually affect everything.
I'm gonna go with it's probably not a good idea.
It depends. I could pretty much tell you exactly how it would affect it, but we'd have to be here for the entire series.
Okay.
But yeah, it depends how much insulin you've got, because insulin's a delivery system. So as long as you've had your insulin, you'll be fine.
Okay. But would you need more because you're basically fueling your muscles that much faster because they're doing more work?
Yes. Well, you would need more insulin and more sugar, so it's kind of like a double thing.
I see.
You need it
Very
proportional to
interesting.
the output of the system.
Well, let's be honest. In the Shadowrun universe, they're just going to be like, yeah, I'll just give you a cyber pancreas. It's fine. You're no longer diabetic.
Right.
The alpha cells in your pancreas, they're gone. Oh, boo-hoo. Let's just give you a cyber pancreas. Oh, by the way, it's also got Wi-Fi. It's great.
Funnily enough, that's something that
hacked.
they're looking to do.
Yeah.
And
I put
the real
black
world-
ice on my cyber kidneys. Just in case anybody tried to mess with
That's probably a really good idea.
Yeah.
Mess with my kidneys, you die.
No, the actual use of ice in Shadowrun, those of you who don't know, it's like intrusion countermeasure
Yes.
something. Anyway, the idea is
We don't hack
basically
much, it doesn't come up.
So great.
the idea is it attacks things that like aren't meant to be there. So hackers get into a certain server, then the hacker gets attacked. But the thing is, you don't put them in publicly like accessible areas because people occasionally poke them by mistake. People should be in your pancreas, so yeah, put ice in there. Why not?
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense to me. That's like a pro use of ice. Black ice, too. You really need to mess those buggers up, because no one's going to be there with any kind of legitimate reason. It's like, no. Black ice for you.
So you get hit
Black
by a
ice
truck.
for you,
like
Avic,
the
2016.
paramedics come along, they're like, quick, his pancreas is malfunctioning because it's got hit by a truck. Quick, plug in and paramedic dies. Now you're all dead. No?
Yeah.
Chat was suggesting you get an MP3 player in there too, so that the surgeon actually has some music while he works.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Put a Zune in there.
Eye of the tiger. It's the eye of the target. I need to do this really subtly. Just like tiny little sliver. Anyway, yes, so you've just managed to do your sleep. Blowback, you did not sleep. What did you do while everyone else was sleeping? Did you get permanent marker out?
No.
He's like
No.
crawling on the walls and shit.
I spent
Unlike
half the last
someone,
episode
our
running
dwarf
from
is
Tug.
actually an adult.
He's trying to hug me the entire time, and I'm awake, but I'm exhausted, but awake.
Yep.
You ever had that insomnia where like you gotta sleep
Yeah.
like so bad, like you're so tired, but for some reason your brain won't just like click off. So you're just like, what is wrong? I'm so sleepy, but I won't sleep. I'm like,
Every night.
I figure it was like that.
Yep. So that is pretty much what you do. You're hyperactive, so you just sort of
Cyber eye of the tiger.
turn
Oh,
over,
God.
turn over, and you suddenly just wrap yourself in your own sleeping bag, and
Could go for
It's
some
really
apple
awkward.
turnovers right about now.
that's what Pug says during his sleep. Yeah, but you all wake up in the morning, apart from Blowback, who's still awake. Blowback, you've been awake for about 24 hours now.
Funsies.
Does he have to start taking stun damage?
I'm keeping track. Don't worry.
I'm wondering, does just as out of character here, does Stejo's character Caber, if he doesn't sleep like 2, 3, 4 nights in a row, does it start to tally? Does it start to have bad effects other than just the normal stuff?
It's
Yeah,
just
you
the normal
start taking
stuff that you take. Yeah, you take fatigue damage.
Okay.
Basically, you take
And after
stun.
like 4 nights of not sleeping, that fatigue damage is going to be pretty bloody high.
On the plus
He's going
side,
to be rolling
though,
1 dice for most things.
Yeah, it was pseudo. You managed to actually go down because of sleep fatigue, didn't you, at one stage?
Yeah. I
You were
tried
just standing
to
in a
go
garage,
into hot
but-
sim, and then I just the moment the warm wash of data flowed over his consciousness, it was like, yeah, okay, night's up. And that was really a good time for that to happen, because that was just dice rolls that made it happen. But it was such a good moment because it was like, yeah, he just basically went limp and kind of just went purely to his consciousness. And his consciousness was like, nah, it's okay. We're going to go to Dreamland instead of where you wanted to go. It's fine.
Yep.
I thought that was very thematic.
But you managed to wake the next morning. Nothing seems to have occurred dodgy. I know you've been very interested in where you're staying, but as far as you can tell, you seem to be absolutely fine.
Okay.
Nothing seems to have happened during the night that you can tell of.
All right. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go and make myself a soy cat. And whilst that's being made, I'm just going to go and prod the others, see if they want the same thing.
Yes.
I ask if I ask if Pug wants water.
Shake my head when he says it.
Uh,
This kid. This kid.
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm just going to enjoy my soy cat, watching Pug.
Pug, you notice that he has not made you a second soy calf.
I'm gonna make my own.
Okay. Delicious soy calf. It smells kind of fake and a little bit stale, but it's soy calf.
Does it
By the way,
taste fake and stale?
yeah, a little bit, but it does taste like soy calf. We've just got tipped $250 on top of what we had. We're now up to the point that everyone has the extra die, and
Woohoo!
nearly everyone has a refresh point of edge.
Gonna need that too.
All right. So while I'm
Brendan's gonna be
slurping this,
messy.
while I'm slurping this wonderful soy calf and
6
going
die and 2 points of edge.
partially numb in the mouth, are there any more Shadowrunners around? Have any popped up overnight?
You take. You're at -2 to all tests now because your tongue and lips are swelling up again, and you're getting a bit puffy in the
don't
eyes.
care.
Fine. Yeah, make a intuition plus video games test. You don't have video games as a skill. Just make an intuition at -2.
Is that a
You
knowledge
seriously need to
skill, or
put
like what skill would that be?
yeah, you need to put some karma into the knowledge skill.
I'd say yeah. I'd basically say it's
Video
a knowledge
games.
skill like for the game. 0 hits. Yeah, it's an unpopulated area. You're next to like an awakened forest. The connection's pretty near. Doesn't seem to be anything around.
Just says searching for
looking.
GPS signal.
Yeah.
I shuffle
Server's
over to the little
offline.
table and sit down.
Actually,
and addressing...
it doesn't say such a GPS because that would be a lack of signal. What we would say would be no sightings near you. Yeah.
I'm gonna start wandering around the inside edge of this bar, and I'm just try not to bump into too much stuff. But my eyes are kind of swollen. I'm gonna go bumping into stuff.
Yeah. And Pug starts walking around, and occasionally you hear the sound of a troll tripping over a little.
I'm
like,
sat at a
sack.
table, just kind of looking over at Blowback every now. At Pug every now and then. And then when Blowback gets up, I'm like, "You got any more like I don't know, injections or something for him? Because this is
Not
gonna
worth
keep
it, man.
happening."
It's an utter waste. I've already shot him with it, and if he's not going to listen, if he's going to have a brain built like a brick shit house like the rest of him, it's just I can't help somebody like that. So he's on his own for right. Do we have any plan for what we're doing?
You've all got refresh
how do we
stage now,
want
by
to
the way.
approach? Ooh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we know how we want to approach this thing? Come to anybody had any
Well,
bright ideas in the late night?
Last night, I mean, I continue to think about what we'd already discussed, but other than what was already on the table, not too much. I mean, there's certain problems that are going to be evident to any of the plans that require infiltration, and that is that they've got awakened members in that church cult, whatever you want to call it, technomancers, mages. The mages are going to see Kaber. I don't know how likely it is that they're going to have mages on the security force, and if so, how likely it is that anyone is not going to be familiar with those mages because they're probably going to be a little bit more uncommon. And as far as me, I mean, if I'm running incognito, I can pass as a normie, but if I do anything, if I have one of my sprites, if I talk to one of my sprites, even if I let on that I can see another Technomancer sprite, they're going to know what I am. And again, it's going to be the same thing.
Right.
Maybe even more uncommon.
Notice I'm tapping my foot on the floor a lot, but I'm doing my best to focus. Like it seems like I'm struggling. What if we just create chaos? I feel like that would be our friend here. Just as much chaos as possible. Poison the well.
There's
Burn down
definitely
the
ways we
forest.
could do
Set
that.
off explosions. Anything that causes chaos would be our friend here. 'cause
Yeah,
then
after
that
last
would
night,
lower...
that was definitely something that crossed my mind, the Awakened Forest. If we created some sort of lure or diverted the forest toward the camp, like a forest fire, like you just mentioned, then a bunch of those ticks, I mean, it created absolute chaos, and there was just 2 of you getting bitten. Imagine an entire camp with people trying to stuff each other into tiny little boxes and, I don't know, running up the walls. I don't know. Although it depends on what they ate, but the seams of it. I don't know.
At that point, all it would require was some Like, if we had reasonably decent disguises, I doubt we'd even have to go in with guns, to be honest. Like, we just roll real light and go through, and everybody's going to be so busy dealing with all the other stimuli that are happening that they probably, won't even have time to look for us. That'll deal with the awakened security, too, because you know how dogs get when everybody's freaking out and there's chaos. I mean...
Yeah, definitely. And also, what you were saying about poisoning the well, like I think I mentioned last night, we need to, if we could hit their utilities in such a way that it is non-lethal, I'm not down with just killing everyone in that camp.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going to put that out
obviously.
right now. I'm not, anything serious is off the cards. But if we could get something that would stun them, or like you said, just confuse them.
That'd definitely,
Hallucinogenics,
That'd haunt us. That'd haunt us hard.
Yeah.
If it was necessary, I'd be like, well, hopefully they keep the kids away from the well, but...
But it isn't
all
just the well.
honesty,
What
I
about
just-
air conditioning units?
True.
There may be some sealed buildings that are getting external air feeds. We could tamper with those. Aerosols, all sorts of things. If they're all congregating in some sort of church, having a meeting or something that doesn't smell of anything.
You would have a lot of information about the compound itself. You do have information that a lot of the buildings, if not most of the buildings, do have the ability to run off basically a filtered external air supply that comes into the building itself. All of them have aircon, etc., and most of them are connected via subterranean tunnels as well throughout the compound. The idea being that if the forest gets really, really dangerous, or the place gets uppity, or someone tries to gas the place or whatever, then they can seal off the buildings and still function roughly as normal.
If we could tamper with their life support systems, then cause enough of a disturbance that they think it's necessary to use it, even if they just herd most people into those rooms. There's some sort of sleeping agent there. We've taken out like 80% of the potential collateral damage, and they're just nicely squirreled away in places where they're not going to wake up for a few hours, leaving us
I
to deal
agree.
with the people who are actually trying to shoot at us without having to worry that we might shoot someone who's just trying to escape.
So we create a forest.
I'm gonna just send this over the over text for people to actually read this. But how do we get a hold of stuff like that, agents like that?
Well, there's
We've
lots
already
of
got a
things that we
fixer who
could
set us up
look
with
at,
this
but-
place.
Yeah.
Got Glenn.
We still have like a week, don't we?
Yeah, we got some time.
Was Glenn not working with the Church of the New Dawn at one point though?
He's done work for the church, but I can see no direct connection there.
I know. I
He's
feel like
worked
the
with
fact,
them as much as any fixer's worked with anyone.
yeah, but the fact that we've already told them that we're hitting them, and then we'll be like, "Hey, dude, do you happen to know where we could pick up some X, Y, or Z?" So not only have we told them that we're hitting them, but we've also told them how we're hitting them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that.
I'll do
honestly.
another
But,
fixer's check now that they brought that up to see just if I can dig anything out of my network.
Okay. It would need to be a very good check because this has already been checked against a few times, but sure, yeah, you can roll for it.
But yeah, for all we know, this guy gets most of his business from this cult, and we wouldn't want to We wouldn't want to piss him off because he might be able to screw with us while we're here in this barn.
Yeah, he knows exactly where we are and everything.
He has done a lot of work up here in Scotland before. That's where he's mainly been based out of. He's been very much off the grid for quite a while now. Not really doing any normal Shadowrun jobs or particularly working with a lot of people. He does the occasional jobs like just being like, sure, I'll set you up with a safe house for X amount, whatever. But other than that, he doesn't really get much involved. He has done a few jobs for X Technology, and it was rumored at one point that he was on their payroll.
While the rest of the group are discussing this, I'm going to start looking over the maps again, and just looking for now specifically for the subterranean tunnel component. Are there any notable features there?
How do you mean?
Exit, entry points, things like that. Sewer access or
Security.
runoff waters.
Okay, so
Yeah.
basically every major building has an access to the subterranean tunnels. Like the little guard outposts and stuff that's actually like directly on the entryways through the fence, don't. For reasons of security, i.e. that, they can fall back from those locations and not immediately have to worry about defending those. In terms of the structure, they're designed to withstand bombs landing directly above them. To an extent, they're 20 meters underground, concrete and steel reinforced. Most of them are large enough that you could probably drive like a small golf cart down them, and they do use those to get around, or can use those at least. The chemical seal themselves does have the ability to filter out a limited amount of toxins from the outside. It's designed to be sort of a
Specifically,
semi-military.
Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty good.
I'm sorry, but when you said you could fit a small golf cart down, I was just thinking of Austin Powers when he's trying to back up and go forward down that little tunnel. You just can't
That's
make
exactly
it turn.
what came to mind.
Later today.
Okay, so I've finished looking at the maps. I look up to Blowback. Any leads on other fixes? We are going to need some gear up here, and it probably would be best if we don't go through the same one.
I checked a 3. So 3 successes.
EE?
Sorry, pardon? I missed that.
3 successes on the fixer's roll.
Yeah, so you got all the information about the fact that, Glenn works with technology, etc. Were you looking for other fixes as well?
Yeah, anybody just in the area.
Not that many. A lot of people went out of commission or have dropped off. And particularly, this is a place where most of the jobs tend to be done by people further away because it's a very dispersed area. You do have a couple of names that you could possibly follow up, but you wouldn't have any contact information for that. You've got one shaman who is very hard to get hold of because he shuns all electronic devices and he tends to live mostly in the forest these days. And you have him by the name of Celt, or the Celt. It does tend to change. And you also have another fixer who's a very more mundane sort of Johnson-type fixer. Kind of just wears a suit, does all this stuff. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary about them. And they go by the name of Suit and Tie. With an N. Suit and Tie.
Pretty mundane.
Yeah.
You weren't kidding.
Yeah.
Mr. EE, on the subterranean tunnel thing, is that like an emergency area you were saying?
Yes, it's not designed to be used nearly all the time, but to an extent, people have started using it more and used to just reduce the amount of traffic on the surface just because it makes it easier. Also gives people less intelligence about the place when they're actually like viewing it from outside and they're surveilled, etc.
Guys, do you have a SimSense module with your comlinks?
I don't. Although to answer your question, there's 2 leads we can run down out here.
Right.
I shook some trees. And as far as the guys other than Glenn, since you want to spread the business around a little bit to keep all the information being centralized, there's a shaman out here called the Celt. I don't know much about him. Some kind of like technology shunning dude, but he has apparently set things up in the past for people. How we're going to get a hold of him or find him, I'm not entirely sure. That would be one of those things that our dear friend Caber should probably be on. I don't know if there's any way to project or sense where he might be at. I'm not into all that finger wiggly bullshit, but it can be tough to find him without it. And then there's another guy here who's strictly low-level kind of suit. He's called Suit and Tie, don't ask me. That's his name, though. The Johnson. Might be able to help us out with something. I honestly, I think we probably just need a solution that puts people to sleep that's in liquid form that we can dose the well with, and then we need some kind of aerosol gas for everybody that goes down underneath, and then really we just need some matches to start a forest fire. So,
well, one thing that we've not really looked into is the possibility that once we start the chaos of us blending in with the crowd. Now, is there any quick way that you guys could pick up something that would allow you to enter the Matrix? It's so much easier if I can just demonstrate it. I can't. This place is just so mundane. Some way to 3D visualize things would be very useful.
And I've got cyber eyes. Would that work?
No, you've got a data jack, but you'll need something that'll let you enter the Matrix properly. Doesn't need to be hot sim. I just need you to be there. Trodes would do, but you've got data jack. So's Pug. I mean, it'll have to be Trodes for Kaba, but
I thought you could interact. Was that 4th edition? This is out of character, but I thought you could interact with the Matrix with just a data jack and your comlink at some point. Or was that last edition?
Do you need SimSense to... I think you can do a lot without generic SimSense. It's just to get all the bonuses and stuff you need SimSense because you can't get the full sensation of it. But you can do a sort of limited kind of VR, kind of Oculus Rifty type thing with your...
Really? I thought it was just AR if it was basic. I'm not sure. Well,
either way, even if it is just AR, I'm sure they have a method of basically switching AR to like full AR, like you just with your data check go, I will walk ahead, I will walk to the side, but you won't have like the same sensations because you can't process them. So you wouldn't get any like bonuses and stuff to it. But effectively, in terms of roleplay, like you could quite easily say, I'm going to walk around places and do like full AR with my data jack. You just wouldn't get the ability to be awesome because you don't have the processing power from the...
But it was more the idea of just being in the Matrix and able to look around and actually move around easily and see things out because, you know, watching it through a screen is
yeah, I thought a data
slow.
check and a comlink was all that was necessary for that, and then the SimSense just let you like taste and feel things.
I could be wrong. No, the people are saying in here, data jack just reduces noise. You need a SimSense or a sim rig to go VR.
Yeah. Basically, like, you could have them walk around and then they could effectively move their avatar around via the... because they can control it with their mind, but they wouldn't have the same sensation of being in there. They'd effectively be like someone behind the wheel of a car, as opposed to being in there.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, to answer your question, no, I don't have a SimSense or anything like that with me right now.
Might
Unless
be
we have an
worth getting
electronics
one.
store.
Okay.
Might want to pick some
somewhere.
up.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason not to.
I mean, there's Glenn. We can just call him and say we need a couple dropped off.
Yeah, tell them we're having a party out here.
Well, it would be much more useful for planning. If you guys could log into the host with me, then we could have a proper ops room.
You want us in your world?
I don't like the
The
sound of
idea
this.
that the Matrix belongs to anyone is frankly offensive, but yeah, fine. For now, yes.
I don't like going into the wizard's domain. This worries me. I like the physical world where I can shoot shit when it gets out of line.
Well,
you
the
can-
day
I
that
don't
you
like going in
can,
there.
the day
You
you
can
can
still do that in the
afford,
Matrix. It just doesn't have the effect that you want it to
the
have.
day that you can afford a full-on VR table that I can just bring up a 3D represented map of the compound so we can properly look at our approaches, that'll be fine. But until that time,
Virtual reality requires a direct neural interface. SimSense enables a person to experience what's happened to someone else as if they had sensed and experienced the events themselves, requires a direct neural interface. So VR doesn't say... I think it does to an extent, but I will have to look this up. Effectively, I would say with the data jack, you could just... They could put an avatar, they could walk the avatar around, but they wouldn't get, like, crazy hacking bonuses.
well, they wouldn't get any actual feedback, or maybe the feedback would be extremely limited. No, that's fine if that's the rules. I was very much mistaken then.
No,
But
the thing is, I would
cool.
need to like look it up in more detail because that is like the very quick blurb. The quick blurb
Yeah.
just says like you need a direct neural interface. Doesn't say anything about the SimSense module.
Well, maybe that's the thing about the Trodes then, is because the Trodes effectively give someone a neural interface without an implant.
Yeah.
Okay, and for
Yeah,
those
I thought the
asking what
SimSense was
Trodes
for,
are,
like entertainment.
for those, sorry, I might be using it all wrong, but for those who are asking about what Trodes are, it's basically like a swimming cap with electrodes all along it that just read and feed information into your brain directly. It's more or less the same thing as a direct neural interface, but it doesn't require any surgery, and it's not
Get a
quite
plus
as
5
good.
to sexiness rolls while you wear one too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you wear one in the shower,
Don't
is that like
believe
taking
the
your
dwarf.
toaster in the shower with you?
Don't
Yeah,
believe
Like,
the
you
that's-
just
dwarf.
mess up?
That would be very dangerous.
Yeah. So basically, it counts as AR, but you can create a window in your display, and you can switch between it and real world, and you can walk your avatar around as if you were in the Matrix itself, but you're still effectively working through a window. So
Okay.
it is AR, but you can just go because you've got cyber eyes. You can go. The entire window is my vision.
Yeah.
You are still in the real world, though, looking through a window.
Right, so it wouldn't have any kind of feedback.
You'd still have
without
effectively
the
no
sense
feedback.
module.
You'd have all the bonuses associated with AR, so effectively nothing, really.
And nothing. Oh, okay, no, that's cool. That's fine then. All right, well, looking at the map, there's a lot more information available when it's rendered in 3D than just looking at the bird's eye view of everything. So log back into the Belfast host, and at that point I go and find a place to settle down and just go hot sync and log into the host as well.
I log
Yes,
into
we-
the host.
We can
Okay.
hear all that EE.
Pun?
Okay. Right, so effectively for Splattercat, he's basically got a window in front of his
Yeah.
vision that he can see through, and he's in the Belfast host. Okay, so given that we've got control over the host, I'll just change the actual layout in here. So like, it's still got a very Belfast feel to it, but it's much more. You know, I quickly like. There's now a little like red, like flashing lights on all the lights go red. It's more like a war ops room, and there's a table in the middle with a 3D visualization, and I just kind of wave my hand, and it just, or like the flat surface of the table just starts taking on the topography of the camp. And
Do you have the
specifically,
ability
we start-
to... Do you have Wrapper? I think it's Wrapper, isn't it? The one that allows you to modify... Yeah, okay. Is that just
So
for you,
can
or
we
is it for
all see this?
everyone?
Udo's the dopest MC there is.
Well, they should see it because we've effectively got command over the host. So,
You're users, you're not owners.
we use it, but how
Yeah.
could I add things before? Because I could add in users previously. You said we had three
Yeah,
marks.
the thing
not
gave you
owners,
ability to
but-
add users, but it wouldn't let you have the fourth mark, which is ownership.
Well, wouldn't 3 marks allow me to do everything essentially? I wouldn't be able to. Like, I'm not the owner of the. Of the host,
Yeah, I
but
guess it gets to an extent it would allow you to do certain embellishments, but it would be very much being.
Hence why I kept it as the Belfast, rather
Yeah.
than saying we're now in this massive like nuclear missile side.
So
of the
it
place.
would, to an extent, let you do those things, but you have to be aware that it is delegating command of these abilities to you.
Oh yeah,
There is
yeah.
a restriction on how much it will allow you to modify.
Yeah, we're not flying or
Yeah.
changing the laws of physics or anything.
Yeah.
Hence why it's basically the Belfast with the ops room kind of feel to it. But so with this 3D map, just turning it around and then focusing on the tunnels, are there any specific connections between like the more residential areas and the castle? Because I'm assuming the castle is going to have a connection to these tunnels as well.
On the map, yes, there is a connection to the tunnels. However, there is a section between the castle and the rest of the underground compound area where it's basically there's marked as work in progress. The maps you have are dated a few years ago, so about 4 years old. However, that area is marked as work in progress. But it does indicate that there was a tunnel below the castle, and it was to meet up with the rest of the corridor conduits underneath.
Okay. Well, drawing specific attention to that kind of work in progress area.
Okay.
This is probably going to be, if we cause a fuss, then it's reasonable to assume that they're immediately going to get this guy to ground, the leader of this place. And to a degree, it's also reasonable to assume that they're going to move the more valuable assets somewhere safe as well. He seems to have a shine for Awakened, whilst some may be in the security force, and it's unlikely they're going to be recalled. They might be prone to congregate around the most valuable things to protect, which will be the leader, which will be the other Awakened, whatever use they've got for them. And my bet would be it would either be somewhere under the castle directly, or somewhere connected to this unknown area. I mean, the map's a few years old. It's reasonable to assume the construction will be finished.
Yeah, but who knows whatever else has changed.
Well, that's one of the problems that we have that we're not going to get around. Not unless someone knows someone who's going to be able to get more up-to-date information for us. But I doubt that.
Realistically, do you see any spot where we can introduce the agent, the respiratory agent, to knock everybody out down there once we've got them inside the area? Is there any sort of security we can see that'll lock down the doors or anything like that to make sure we get maximum
I'm assuming that I've
penetration
got like utility maps as well with this map, or is it literally just an overlay of the
No, you do have a lot of ones that are utility maps, and also ones that have got like plotted out. This is where this will be installed, etc.
So I'll wave my hand at the display, and then just the buildings lose their kind of textured effect and become wireframe, and instead just the utility map is overlaid on it. So pipes, cabling, cable closets,
Okay,
pump
so
stations.
I'm going to draw the underground maps.
It's like Project High Rise. So you just hit
I
the
know, it's
utilities
brilliant.
button.
SimCity is brilliant.
Oh, wanted to ask. Can
There we
we
go.
tell from this design? Can we tell if there's a different layout for the air ducts for the underground versus all the overground stuff? Like, are they separate or is this the same system?
So they are separated. Effectively, the ducts for the underground system work very separately from the overground system. The overground system is designed to be a feed-in, whereas the underground system is designed as it can feed in normally, but it can also switch to pressurized bottles, which can probably last about 3 hours if you've got everyone down there.
So if they do go into shutdown mode, they
can go into effectively total shutdown with 3 hours of air.
Is there a central place where these are stored, like an atmospherics room?
Yes, underneath the roundabout, on the left side of the river, off the
Good work
corridor
on the
there.
map, by the way. I like it.
So yeah, under there, basically on that long stretch is effectively a processing storage, which has all of those bottles in there.
Okay. I highlight that for Blowback and Pug. This is where the tunnels will get their air from. If stuff gets really bad outside, then they'll be able to switch to this. There'll be a couple of hours of uninterrupted supply. If we could contaminate this, then we'd be dealing with a much reduced capacity of them to be able to resist us.
Would we have to get that contaminated before we initiated the panic?
It depends what kind of panic you're looking at. I mean, if you're setting a fire to the forest and driving the awakened into the camp, that's going to take a while to happen. You could start that ball rolling and then aim to getting here, but I would say yes, before this is switched over. Or, I mean, if we can take out whoever's guarding this place, then we'll have control of it. We could just turn it off, shut it down, so that this place doesn't have an air supply. I mean, I don't recommend that, but...
I mean, if it has individual, I'm assuming it's got bulkheads and things like that underground. That means we could isolate certain people away from the rest too, and redivert. You know, we could potentially asphyxiate the guy we're trying to take out, assuming he breathes. Can you highlight for me where that thing is that we need to swap the canister on for me?
Sure.
I swoosh the map and zoom it out. Zoom it in and bring that section of the pipe
God, this
work
map is
up a
so
little bit more.
big. All those pings are so tiny.
I know, they're everywhere.
No, it is actually really hard. I'm zoomed really far out.
Yeah, I think each square on the map is 10 meters, because I had to try and get it so that it also made sense when you're moving tokens around if need be. So it's a very high resolution.
Are there any guard stations near that location in the underground? In fact, I changed the overlay to highlight guard posts.
Okay, so guard posts you have, as opposed to just like where people stand.
Actual guard posts. So the places where the guards would retreat to, rearm, that sort of thing.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of information, like in terms of a set rota, because set rotas do get changed, and the stuff you have is, variable between 2 to 10 years old, depending on what you have. But in terms of where guards are, stationed a lot of the time, and they actually have particular set areas, I will circle. So both sides of the compound where the road begins to run through. On every road that connects through the barrier itself, on the water tower, in the building next to the mansion. And there would be some in the actual residential areas themselves, but they're much more sort of makeshift as opposed to set barracks in kind of things.
Okay.
Should also make sure, apparently whoever this Celt is who's living out in the forest may want to, like, get his blessing on starting this fire. Like, I'm not saying we need it, but if these dudes living out in the forest communing with the spirits and everything, I feel like that might cause... I don't know anything about magic, so maybe I'm wrong. But it seems like the guy has some connection with nature. He might be a little bit upset if we give the whole thing the Smokey the Bear treatment.
A reasonable concern. At that point, I message Kaber's comlink. Are you able to try and search for this Celt? Or are you even aware? I imagine you move in certain circles that the rest of us don't. You might have heard of them before, or you might know someone who has.
I spend a lot of time in the pub. Not so much time around magic users.
How about if you have some more of Pink's tea? Would that help?
If I had any, I would, but I don't. I'm not even sure if it would help or not.
Ask what Glenn knows about this guy. I sent a message over to Glenn inquiring about the Celt and if there's any information as to his whereabouts or where we can get into contact with him.
Glenn sends you a message back a few minutes later saying, as far as I know, they're not running anymore. Might be dead. Unknown. I haven't seen them in a while.
Out of character, would this be something we want to burn a favor on? Dragging this guy down?
Yes, absolutely.
Also, you
I've just
notice
been
that
hoping that one of you would suggest it.
the language Glenn uses, he refers to the Celt as a she.
Is everybody in agreement on that one?
Sure.
DM discretion?
You want to favored contact the Celt? Sure. So
How are you going to pose the favor? Because the favor is like asking someone for a favor. Who are you going to ask?
It's difficult since the person's off the grid, so it's not like I can be like, oh, a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever. Like, I'm not entirely sure.
It might be good if Cable were to word the favor, since, again, Cable is a magic dude, and Kevin seems to be able to put him in contact with magic dudes.
It could be we could use the favor just to get you some more of that tea, so you can project or whatever. I'm assuming this guy's probably, or this lady or whoever it is, pretty glowing out there in the forest compared to whatever
so you
else.
want to ask me for a favor, do you then, Caber?
Why did he sound like he comes from the Wild West?
Wow.
Seems like he's gonna touch me.
He just needs a giant spider.
Okay, while Keeba's having this internal monologue, I sweep the map and it kind of goes back out to its normal sort of thing, but it's still got the underground tunnels overlaid. And I just start marking down choke points and clear runs, and specifically I start like putting tiny little troll-shaped like images down there with the firing arc of an assault cannon going down these long corridors, marking out the places where basically Pug could control the entire thing.
I'm putting little seems good thumbs ups next to each one of those.
Yeah, basically, most of the corridors tend to be running quite straight, but every time you get to like a doorway, they're kind of inset a little bit, and you could probably just about use them as cover. Although hard for troll. Troll's pretty big, but most people could use those as cover.
Okay.
So, Caber, how are you going to word this?
So we're trying to find another magic user. We want to burn down a forest that this person's living in. and they want...
You had me at you wanted to burn down a forest. I like
much.
this plan. Let me go have a little bit of a word.
And suddenly you feel... Your head feels slightly lighter, like a small pressure is lifted.
His head is gonna off his shoulders. And
Explosions.
No, just a mild pressure lifted from your head. Maybe like the air pressure's dropped like a little bit.
to be fair, Pseudo knows how annoying it is to have someone else in your head.
Pseudo doesn't know
Obviously, it's
anything about
annoying.
this as far as I'm aware.
No, not what's happening with Cable right now.
Okay. So you're gonna do anything for a little bit?
I'm gonna research how to come down from a Nova Kokai.
That might be useful.
I don't know if that should be a medicine check or what that should be.
Medicine check, you might know it. You could research it if you want to do an extended medicine check.
Yeah, I'll extend it out a bit because I need to kick this thing.
How are you doing the research?
I would assume
Out of
using
curiosity.
the Matrix, just like Googling.
Right, so you're basically going through your comm link to do a matrix search, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to have bit diagnostic your comm link for the duration.
Hooray, Technomancers!
Hooray! Ooh, it's a
What was
26 up
the
against
thing
it.
about sprites and there was something about sprites and raising the limits and something when it comes to extended tests, wasn't
Teamwork.
there?
The teamwork test.
It's a teamwork
It's
test.
a teamwork
yeah.
test, effectively. So the way that it works is no matter how many successes the sprite gets, as long as it gets a success, then his limit for the test is increased by 1. But
Okay.
no matter how many successes the sprite gets, and this is true of all teamwork tests, it can't add more dice than you would naturally have brought to the test to begin with. So,
Okay.
for example, if you've got a 5 in piloting and the sprite gets 20 successes, it can still only add 5 dice to your dice pool.
Yeah.
Because that's the limit of how much better you can get.
It's limited by your skill in the thing you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
it'd
it's
be
limited by blowback's
computers-
medicine.
Oh, medicine. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just rolling it now.
Just quickly out of character, when you were talking as the demon, we were at 666 viewers.
Of course. Of course.
The sign of the beast.
Okay. What's your medicine, blowback?
My medicine is 4.
In which case, you get 4 extra die for this test, and your limit's up by 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can reduce that by 1, keep rolling. 9, okay, yeah, keep going.
Going really well.
13. Alright, so 15. So 15, so it takes you about 4 hours of pinging around on the comm link. But you do find that basically the information you have is, unfortunately, most people on Novacoke find that it does tend to wear off over a few hours. It hasn't done for you, possibly because somehow it's been altered by the fact it's gone through a toxic magical tick. You might be able to reduce the duration by using sedatives, etc., to try and counteract it, but that would have side effects, because effectively you'd have 2 active drugs in your system. Normally the drug would be out of your system by now. You need to push to talk.
Sorry about that. Uppers and downers are a bad plan medically, too, so
Yep.
I'm not sure about that one.
As a dwarf, though, you do have the ability to resist drugs better, so you might withstand having 2 drugs in your system at once.
Woo! Coke binge! Outlaw country!
What
Yeah.
could possibly go wrong?
But yeah, effectively you'd have to take a downer to counteract the upper. It would stress your system, and you'd have to test for it, but you might be able to do it. Especially because you know the medicine, you managed to get a good roll, and you know your medicine, your med kit, and all that. Yeah, it could have side effects, but... Meanwhile, in that 4 hours, about half an hour actually after Caber asks a certain voice to go do something,
You are gonna burn down a good bit of the forest, right? I don't want to be left hanging.
Hey man, I've already said I'm going to burn down a forest. Like, that's what I've been told I'm getting to do, so...
I like you. I'm looking forward to this.
I like me too.
I went and found your little mage. The shaman will be up near a tree, an oak tree that's overgrown. It's got a strong magical signature. It's about 400 meters north of here. She'll be
glad it
there
gave
in about
directions.
2 hours' time.
I honestly thought it was going to be, yeah, you're shaman's in the forest near a tree.
Yeah. God, damn it.
It really wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that's where it was going to stop. And then it was like, yeah, about 400 meters away from something. And I was like, oh, damn.
Just might not want to mention that I was talking to you.
Who was talking to me? Oh. Did you see what I did there? Forget. No,
Is this
never mind.
perceptible? Like, can we see him just like
it
talking to
didn't,
himself right now?
Make a insight check.
okay,
it's,
other
it's
Barry.
intuition plus. No, it's intuition plus perception actually. No, it's charisma plus intuition.
Pseudo's not going to roll because
Judge
Pseudo's
intentions.
full on hot sim, so he's
Yeah.
got no perception of the outside world.
You are a -2 blowback because you're using AR. Pug gets 1 success. Pug, it looks like Kay was paying attention. Yeah.
Which is surprising because he never pays attention.
And blowback, did you get 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Kay was paying attention. Which is weird, yeah, because he normally doesn't pay attention. Yeah.
The question is, what is he paying attention to?
Because he can't see anything that's going on. What's he paying attention to?
His
The
comlink.
spiders on the roof.
And the spiders. Yeah. So yeah.
Totally not talking to demon. Nope.
They're going to burn you at the stake, my friend.
Okay.
Right,
that's fine.
so
Promise?
4 hours of... Has 4 hours passed, or have we not fast-forwarded all that way yet?
Not fast forwarded just yet. No, because you've got a meeting with the shaman in like an hour.
Oh, how long? You said that was 2 hours in, so at the 3 hour mark, Caber's got a meeting with a shaman.
Yeah.
Okay, Caber, have you notified the others that you've located the shaman?
Yes, I think I've found where the shaman is. He's in the forest by a tree.
Doesn't seem entirely helpful, man. I'm not trying to be negative right now, but
Nah, don't worry about it, man. I know exactly where it is. I just thought it'd be funny to say he was in a forest by a tree.
So what are you gonna do with this shaman?
No, man, you guys wanted to know where he was. I just found out where he was. Jesus.
the shaman is communing with the forest as far as we know, and he's really, he said she's really, really into nature. So use that as a motivation. It's a she. So have fun with that fact. But anyways, just a little fuel for your tailpipe there.
As that's going on, I just look dead at where Blowback's avatar. Actually, what is Blowback's avatar in the Matrix? What am I looking at?
Just a levitating handlebar mustache that just floats around.
It's got to look vaguely human, unfortunately.
Yeah, that can be your icon, though. That can totally be the icon
that's
that you
my
have.
icon.
But your avatar is literally the representation of you in the Matrix, like VR.
It looks
that's
metahuman.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
I'd like to think it's kind of like in the Sega Genesis where it's just like a, I don't know, like a mannequin thing. Because he's never set it up. Like, he doesn't go on the Matrix like
All right,
ever
so it's
in
like
any
a
real
default
capacity.
avatar. Sure, that's cool.
you are
That's actually pretty
on...
cool.
What's your lifestyle? It's medium, is it? Yeah, so you would have access to, like, the UK grid. So you would have the default UK grid avatar, who you've then picked as
Top hat.
dwarf. So, yeah, like, it would be slightly,
monocle.
like, better looking, sort of like a loose-fitting casual
Slightly
suit.
better looking. Are you saying
better looking.
You're dissing our Blowback.
No, better than if he was on the public grid. Better than if he was on the public grid. So he's got, like, a loose-fitting casual suit. They're always very plain and grey, and very much to Pseudo is just... Pseudo doesn't even notice it, because he's so used to the everyday, off-the-rack, vanilla default, like, avatars, that he just sees it as just grey. However, you have obviously gone into the settings and chosen handlebar mustache plus to the size that you've got this handlebar mustache about yay big. It's probably one of the ones meant for
I shit
trolls.
the queen.
Yeah, it's the only thing on you that's been altered beyond default. You already put like a few extra
Now all I
nine
need
to
is a
that.
boulder cap. If I got a boulder cap, I would just be done. I'd be finished.
You can purchase one
And-
for like 10 extra 9.
Done.
What?
Your avatar has a bowler cap, which you.
And as I see that little ding happen, like he makes a picture, I'm like, I could have changed that for you. Good purchase, but
Don't ruin his dreams.
I like
what's
to own
Pug look
things,
like?
Pseudo. I know you neo-anarchists don't understand that, but owning things is fun. Having
Fair point.
possessions.
Okay. And what's his pug look like in the
Oh,
Matrix?
he has an idealized version of himself. He's like 3 times as bulky as he is right now.
Okay.
He's just
So
insane.
basically the
It's
Hulk.
like it's like muscle on top of muscle on top of muscle, and his
His
tiny
muscles
little
have
head,
muscles. I see.
tiny little head in between his giant shoulder muscles. You know.
Yep.
Giga.
So you notice that
Wow.
like Pug's avatar is the max size avatar that anyone can have. It's the exact like 3.2 meters or whatever it is, the largest size you can have an
That's
avatar.
fantastic.
And everything he has the Ares logo. Everything.
Is he tattooed with the Ares logo?
Yeah, like there's an Ares logo like tattooed onto
That's
his arm,
that's
and yeah,
fantastic.
like obviously
I
when he
look
set
really
it up,
close and I see the Ares icon on his eyeballs.
yeah, he
great.
customized one of the Ares default mannequins because you know.
I wonder if they could make it so if you wanted like a freebie, it would like be whatever you want, but then it would have advertisements all the time. Not for you, but for everyone who sees you.
Okay.
To an extent, the public grid does do that because the public grid is subsidized so
Wow.
massively. Everything in there is just adverts.
Wow.
Very nice.
Is the monarchy
what-
the same in England right now? Like, is it still like House Windsor or whatever? Or have they
Yeah,
like swapped
it's
over? Or...
Catherine of Windsor, I believe.
Catherine's a strong monarch name.
She's actually
There's been
considered
many
quite a
great
strong monarch.
Catherines. One specifically.
Oh, come on.
But okay, no, that's cool. And what is Pug's icon in the Matrix as well? Like what? Like your tag, effectively. Like if someone was just looking in AR at a gun that was yours, it might have your little tag on it. What's your icon? Like for blowback, it's a handlebar mustache. That is awesome, by the way.
Yeah, it's just a blank white square with a handlebar mustache on it.
I think it's going to be an assault cannon with a heart on it.
So a giant gun with a heart.
Yes.
You probably would have had a could he actually have that as an icon without it being? Because I mean, he's definitely got the resources to have got it set as that by someone.
It would be effectively a heart with a gun, but yes.
Yes.
That works.
Okay.
Because if it was a gun with a heart, then that would be restricted to gun use only.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a heart with a gun.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I know what I'm looking at. Right. Okay, so Blowback's just there dooping on his comlink. Pug is
Don't say that.
yeah, sorry.
Bad things happen every time. Not even out
Triggered.
of character.
So what's Pug doing at the moment? Is Pug actually logged into the hosts as well? And
Yeah,
looking at the
Pug
map?
is actually really curious about the whole underground thing. He finds it absolutely fascinating. They have this like safety area that they think is going to be so safe. It's not so safe.
Okay. Are there any other large communal areas? Because I'm noticing, especially towards the south and the west side of the camp, it's mostly corridors that terminate in access points. Are there any cavernous like meeting spots?
Yeah, so every 100 meters, the idea is that there is a room off to the side which has some supplies stored, a sewing machine, access to water, and a toilet. And basically every 100 meters around the entire corridor, there is one of these rooms. So they've got many of these effectively shelter rooms designed that if, you know, the buildings up top get bombed or whatever, or there's a gas or whatever, people can live in these rooms for a little while.
I see. You misunderstood the question. Okay, he's looking for the Great Hall and needs to know what the engravings are on the side. Okay, what have they carved into the walls of this Great Hall?
I don't think that's
What
going to be on the maps. I would like to know, but it's not on the maps. Alas, it does disappoint me greatly. But I'm just going to have to live with my curiosity. Okay, so there are shelter spots that would be mostly for civilian use, and I'm taking it based on their size and the utilities in it. But that's also that there's water pipes moving around all of these. Where is the water facility, the water treatment, the water filtration facility?
It's the same one
Pointed out
as
the
the
other
air.
side. Oh, both are in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to put 2 stars on that location then, because it's now a high-value target. Very high.
And there are inlets from both the river and from the lake and the pond nearby that can be used to drain water from those to supply toilets down there and also to purify it to be used for drinking water, should they need to.
Septic tank?
What's our easiest access to?
There's a
to
septic
get to
tank
that
buried in the
box?
same area, yeah. In addition, there is a command and control and an armory
Ooh, where are those?
Right. So
Very interested in the armories.
So you can see where I didn't actually put a connection label on. Actually, give me a sec. So you see where the guard hut or the guard facility is. It's actually a building just in the middle-ish. It's got the big pink circle around it.
They all have big circles.
Yeah. But in the middle, I
I'm
guess.
pinging it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got that one.
Underneath that is a guard station command and control, because that's effectively the barracks and armory. And underneath
That
it, there's
was gonna
effectively
get
a
3
clone.
stars. Is effectively a what?
It's effectively a clone of the building up top, just below. So it's got the ability to command and control and the ability to be an armory there as well.
Do we know what kind of guarding? Not like person guarding, but do they have any like big doors or something protecting the armory down there?
No. Effectively, they have a reinforced steel door with a number of security measures that aren't listed exactly what they are, like in terms of is it fingerprint, iris, key card, whatever. It doesn't say what it is, but it is a reinforced steel door. No, like, crazy blast door or anything, though.
I've added an extra marker just to let us know that, yeah, that is a very dangerous place to be, but it is still a high priority target if you can. In terms of, like, these maps have been very, very good now that we're looking at them in the 3D. It's very easy to miss that. In terms of, like, are they top graphical maps as well? Do we know the depth of those lakes?
Yeah, so the river itself is only about probably 80 centimeters at most of its deepish points. I mean, obviously there's going to be some points which is, obviously there's going to be some points where it dips lower, but generally the lowest it will get is 80 centimeters, more towards 40 centimeters in many places. So effectively you can wade through it quite easily. The pond itself, that actually runs to about 1.5 meters, maybe 2 meters deep. The lake itself runs to about 5, maybe 6. It's actually a fairly shallow lake, very much designed, scooped out, and placed there as an artificial lake.
All right.
Most of the lake is only about 2 meters deep.
Is there any way for us to get to that box without, like...
Which box?
So, the one that controls the air filtration and also the water purifier. We need to get there, but we need to do it without going overland. Is there any access that we can get to through the river or anything like that? Or are we going to have to go through, like, a guarded location to get down into the underground and then also get to
Are there any emergency exits, basically? Or that might also be...
No, the underground runs only from buildings that are already at least somewhat secure, i.e. there are buildings that have doors. There are no other entrances in, unless you were to try and crawl down really tight pipes.
There are quite a lot of buildings that are on their own. There are a few that are further away from other buildings. For example, one to the sort of quite far to the east is out by itself. What is that building marked as?
Which one? Ping it again.
That's being pinged now. Thank you very much.
That is a it's a smaller general store slash. Actually, Kaba, are you listening to this conversation?
You'd be able to listen to it, but
you are in the same room.
Especially because Pseudo and Pug are talking aloud.
Yeah, I'm not really paying much attention because like I can't see what you're talking about, so it's like...
You can see it, you just have to look at it 2D on your comlink.
Oh, that's not fun.
Get trodes, man.
But yeah, that's marked as effectively a general store slash unimportant location, sort of effectively where they store like dried food or, you know, bags of sand or whatever needed. However, Kaba, upon hearing that description, does remember after looking through all the material and the books that he got given by your last contact, Joseph Shaw, that is actually where they sometimes take people and effectively teach them to be better members of the church. Effectively, they would like lock them up there, they'd incarcerate them, they'd give them like menial jobs like scrubbing out toilets or floors with like toothbrushes, etc.
With their tongue.
With their tongue.
One step away from being taken out behind the chemical sheds and shot.
And basically that's where they go and have really terrible jobs, sleep like sardines, etc. Effectively, it's just an empty building which was originally designed to be a small storage area, and then they just started dumping people in. Normally only temporarily.
Do you communicate that to us?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Basically tell you that it's a brig, essentially now.
Well, that sounds like an ideal entry point then. Holy
It
crap.
could be. I turn to Pug's gigantic avatar that is almost too big for this whole ops room.
I will scroll to the side because people cannot see it on my screen. Or I will zoom out
There's
and do
two
it.
things that could happen with that. One, it's empty. Ideal scenario. No one's been bad that day. Two, the people in there don't like the way they've been treated and might be more sympathetic to us. Either way, we could get in there faster. Or three,
We shoot them.
they are so indoctrinated that they will see this as an opportunity to get back into the good graces.
Also
That
known
or
as we
if-
shoot them.
Should
If
be able to
there's any-
scout that out easy enough with my eye drone, though, before we reach and enter.
How big is that building? I say, and then I remember what I can do, and I just bring up the schematic and zoom in on it so I can see the actual dimensions.
Each tile is 10 by 10.
10 by 10. Yeah, but that doesn't tell me the height. I'm looking at a 3D.
Oh, the height. Which buildings?
I need to know the volume of the shed for gas purposes.
Oh, the one that's got
Explosive
the one,
purposes.
effectively the makeshift brig.
Yeah, that makes you break.
That's just a one tall building.
Okay, so it's a fairly small building then. We could just gas it. Just sleep gas. Don't care about what side they were on, what they would have done when we got in there. Just put them to sleep and then walk through.
That's a really good possibility, because if it is being used as a brig, they may have guards, they may have guns, they may be
Exactly.
keeping the people in there. Yeah.
My experience, though, with this sort of thing is those people will be willing prisoners. They don't want to piss off the people.
Yeah,
who
from
put
what
them
Cable,
there
what you've
anymore.
read, you agree with Suda's point that they're probably willing to do their stint in the brig. If there would be guards there, normally the guards would be there to make them feel their penitence rather than to actually be guarding them. Just to
Either
make them
way, it might be
feel
better just to gas them. The only problem with that being our entry point is we're going to have to move past or very close to the control point. Now, if we could take that before they realized anything was amiss, we could get in there. If we could take control of that room or just immobilize everyone in there, shut it down in some way, then that would give us a massive control of this area. We could even raise an alarm that doesn't exist. We might not have to do anything like set fire to a forest or poison a well. We could just set off all the alarms to make them think that's happened. Most people aren't going to wait to find out if that was actually true. They'll trust the alarm system.
Yeah, good point.
Question.
Do we know? Yeah, go ahead.
How are we going to find Jack?
That is another reason why the command and control room would be good. I am willing to bet that this is going to have records on where people should be.
Definitely.
If I
Gonna have
was
database.
a part of a cult, certainly if I was in charge of any kind of processing or security force, I would want to know where people should be at any particular time, so that if I'm ever forced to question it whilst out on patrol, I can just radio in and say, I've got someone in quadrant A1, should they be there? And they'll radio back, yeah, they're scheduled to be doing work there. Fair enough, on your way. If in the most ideal situation, all of their clothes are RFID tagged and everyone will show up on a display there.
Is there a way to scout it, like, without doing any of that? Because I don't want to get in there and then realize that we need to go through everything to try and get to the guy.
How do you mean scout?
Like, is there a way that we can do this prior to even setting off a distraction or whatever you want to do? Like,
Possibly. If I can get in there and actually make contact with the consoles, I'll have a direct connection to them. I
Yeah,
may
well-
be able to hit all of the files without us raising any alarms, but that would require us to be very efficient in the takedown of whatever security forces are there. We basically have to get in there and completely neutralize all of the hostile units without them being able to raise any alarm.
That's why I got a jammer helmet. Tell me what to point at.
That is a good
Everything.
point. That is a very good point.
And I figure if I back up a little ways from the building and just aim the jammer at it, you should be able to gas those people without any issues.
That may work. But understand, I haven't said this, but it bears stating explicitly. we cannot afford to have any devices with wireless turned on when we're hitting this place. They have confirmed technomancers. Now, a Decker, even if a Decker defeats my security measures and manages to place a mark on our devices, he has to get marks, 3 of them, before he can really do anything dangerous. As soon as he's got 1, assuming he did just wallop me, even a particularly savvy Decker would only be able to brute force 2 at a time. Getting 3 would be hard. I'd know he was doing it and I'd be able to shut the wireless off before he could actually tell anything what to do. But someone like me can bypass that completely. He'd still have to go past my security measures, but if I fail against a Decker, it's just a mark that I can turn off. If I fail against a Technomancer, the next second a grenade will explode. It's a lot more risky. We should probably just run completely silent with this.
All the electrics, or at least the vast majority of the security electrics in the underground are wired, by the way.
Okay.
Kaba, it is getting close to 3 o'clock. Well, at least 3 hours since your wake up, so it's almost time for you to go meet your contact.
I still have no idea what I'm doing when I meet this contact.
Play by ear. You're a face. This is literally what you do. Just go in there.
You figure out a way that she will let us burn down the forest. That's it. A chunk of the forest, anyways. Not even all of it. Just like a little piece that she doesn't care about.
Well, convince her it was her idea all along.
Exactly. There's these nasty fleas everywhere that are giving people Nova Coke addictions.
I'm literally just swinging my nondescript avatar face between Pug and Blowback. Like, wow. You've almost convinced me of this. After a few moments, I say, that's probably a bad idea. You don't really want to tell her anything about burning the forest down. However, you would probably... Anything we do in that forest, at least that deep into a forest, because we don't want to set a fire on the edge because it'll drive the creatures deeper in, not out. We need to set it deep in the forest, and she'll probably know you're there long, or us, anyone who is there, long before we know that she's there. So we just want to get her permission.
Yeah, I'd start with figuring out how much she likes the cult. If she doesn't like the cult, it'll make this a lot easier to make happen.
She may even have a means to help us. We might not even need to burn the forest. If she can somehow herd those creatures into the camp, job's a good one.
Sounds like a plan. Sound good to you, little pointy-eared boy?
Sounds like a bad plan.
Then what do you think would be a better plan?
I just don't understand how you expect me to convince a shaman that we want to be in her forest. Maybe not to burn it down, but I mean, we convince her that we want to be in the forest. Is it okay if we be in this forest at this place? Yeah, sure, okay, it's on fire now.
Let me put it this way. This is literally your reason for being here. You are the face. It is your job to convince people to do things that are working against their best interests.
This isn't just working against her best interest. This is working against the fiber of her being.
Then frame it in a different way so that it is no longer working against the fiber of her being.
Here, let's say, hey, let's not burn down the forest. Let's assume we're not burning down the forest. Maybe just like Pseudo said, convince her that maybe she's got some latent control over things in the forest because she's been out there communing with it so long. Like, essentially just get her on our side. And then we'll worry about the specifics later. And if that's through galvanizing her hatred of the cult we're about to hit, that's cool. And if it's something else, that's cool too.
What else are we needing from her?
Well, that's entirely down to you. She's a shaman.
Well,
what do you think you would be able to use?
I mean,
Peter's an ally.
You're talking about like sleeping agents and stuff like that. Surely she may have access to something.
If she has access to some sort of awakened chemical, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Because the sort of stuff that we're going to have to get otherwise is just humdrum stuff. Sort of thing that all Shadowrunners are used to. But if you can get hold of something awakened, if you could get hold of I don't know, the extract of some weird sleepy frog's back, that would be fantastic. But
oh yeah, while you're there, you can ask her how to get rid of this thing I have going on. I assume she's lived in this forest for a long time. She probably gets bit by a lot of ticks. I'm just saying, maybe she's got some kind of remedy.
You know, Blowback, you ever thought that maybe she's the one who put the ticks in that particular part of the forest to keep people away from her?
It's possible. Either way, I just don't want to be on coke anymore. I would love to sleep sometime this decade.
Blowback, make me a body
You fool!
plus... Actually, it's just a body test, I think.
You had to remind him.
Do I get any bonus from my dwarfiness?
It doesn't give you bonuses to fatigue, I'm afraid.
Damn it.
My dwarfiness.
Okay, you're fine.
My dwarfiness.
Kaba, yeah, you're gonna have to move if you want to get there.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
You want
Okay,
anybody
we'll
to
just
go
play
with you,
it
man?
by ear.
How's he gonna get there? He's just gonna walk through the forest.
I mean, you could come with me, Blowback, but the last time you came to meet one of these dodgy, non-tech fucking shamans, you ended up getting chased by a unicorn and then covered me in piss. So, your choice.
Good point, I'm staying here. Have fun.
Alright.
Okay, but do you actually want company? It wouldn't actually be that bad of an idea to at least have someone nearby.
These type of people generally don't like non-mages, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I can't take Pug, he's chromed out to all shit. And then you're fucking
I'll be out of my element, but I won't.
techno-mage.
I won't show up to her on any system that she can look at.
I've got guns and
understand.
I'm on cocaine. I don't think anybody's gonna want to be around me.
You know what? Blowback, maybe you want to come with me, just in case she can sort out whatever this Nova Coke thing is.
Maybe we use that as the premise for the introduction. Like, we heard you were out here. My friend is sick.
My friend's fucked up.
It's your fleas that did this.
Maybe less accusatory would be
Yeah.
a good one.
In fact,
Ridden log
the
sitter.
less you actually say is probably for the better, Blowback.
I put my helmet on, and then I close the little slats that allow me to breathe for a second, then I reopen them. Not a word from me.
Excellent. Okay, well, it
He's gonna
looks
tell
like you've got a
everyone
plan.
else that's not Blowback that I don't think he can keep his mouth shut.
Blowback, if you got a suit or something that it will be completely sealed, you don't want to be bitten by those ticks again. Same for you, Kaba. If you got something that can actually protect you, you got
Well-
bike leathers, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, my leathers are pretty sealed. I mean,
What about
But
you,
sealed as I'm
Blowback?
gonna
have
get.
much. I just got the line jacket.
Well, you're not going to like this, but I'm going to table the suggestion anyway. You could go in hell. It's completely enclosed. It's a sealed environment.
I can see that happening. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Go in hell. Go for it.
I appreciate the contribution. But we just said that you couldn't come because they don't like techno-braino people. I'm pretty sure that if we roll up in the pinnacle of future technology, LEDs blazing in the night, this is not going to go well for us.
You remember, you seem to
Pinnacle.
think of the A to B scenario quite a lot. Need I remind you what happens when you go directly to the doorstep in your vehicle? The Yakuza happen when that happens. So I would suggest you go most of the way, but yeah, it's fine. Either way, it's going to be hard for him to get there if all he's got is a lined jacket, because I can promise you those ticks are going to be able to get inside that.
You might need to start, like, jogging for a bit of the walk now.
Yes.
Either way, just do what you're going to do it quickly.
I'm going. Zip up your jacket. Come on.
Okay.
Ready to go.
The elf you're in your levers, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, no helmet.
Helmet's on.
Okay, helmet's on. Blowback, you're on your line coat and your bike helmet. Interesting pair as you walk out into the forest, one wearing a...
I swear, if you get bitten by more bugs and you end up coming back with like 8 different drugs in your system,
It won't matter because we're going to be successful and she's going to have a cure.
for all
It's the
8.
race for the cure. We're Lance Armstrong up in this bitch. Live strong.
The cure is you become another tree in her forest. That's the cure.
Tall, lanky elf in black and white racing leathers, and a shorter dwarf fellow in a lined coat who is walking a lot faster than you normally expect for a dwarf, and stopping occasionally to drum his foot on the ground, waiting for the elf to catch up. Start moving into the forest, which is very thick. As soon as you start heading up the back, you get 100 meters in, and the light is definitely like, although the sun is sort of overhead by now, it's gloomy in here to an extent. The canopy is very thick. The vegetation underfoot, like, this isn't an area where people normally walk. Even though it's so close to a small village, it gets to the point where you're having to sort of push through almost, not like bushes everywhere. Everywhere is covered. Occasionally you see the sort of shuffle of a bush as something like a bunny or a badger or something moves through the underbrush.
Are the plants themselves awakened, like as in the foliage is that much more as well? Or are they just normal bushes?
To the untrained eye, from what you've seen, they would look like normal bushes, although the vegetation is certainly heavier than you've seen before, being especially being mostly a city dweller.
Oh, yeah.
You're very much like...
Suda wouldn't know. I'm asking as an out of character perspective, like with an awakened forest, are the plants themselves awakened? Like, are they like briar roses with stems as thick as tree trunks, sort of thing?
Oh, no. To normal, like just a normal person's view, it looks like a very thick forest. It doesn't look like crazy fantasy level trees as tall as skyscrapers.
That's unfortunate, because briar roses with stems as thick as tree trunks would be pretty badass.
Not quite yet.
Take the thorns and
I'm
make punching weapons out of them.
GPS breadcrumbs as we go. I've got my comm link set to ping my location like every 6 or 7 seconds and just make a trail of dots.
Okay. And what are you leaving behind again as your breadcrumbs?
It's just on my comm link. I'm having it trace my GPS and just leave a permanent like pin in the map every like
what
8
device
to 10
rating is your
seconds.
comm link?
I'll take the good one with me, so 6.
Okay,
It's also still got bit running diagnostics on it, so everything he tells it to do has got 5 extra dice.
It doesn't raise the device rating though, but
Doesn't raise the device rating, but if he sets it up to do something.
So the comm link gets a little bit like, occasionally it's like searching for signal, but it finds it every single time because pretty fancy comm link, right? You pay money for this, it's good. However, you do know that you are effectively entering an area of signal disruption. You're getting about 3 points worth of noise now. But yeah, you manage to maintain a connection. And you eventually get to a big, very thick oak tree. The branches coming off this thing, even about shoulder height, are probably about as thick as Pug's thigh. These are very strong branches. This tree looks very, very old. Make perception checks.
Don't say awakened spiders, chat. Please don't. I don't want to have to go out there and cut them out of the trees like a bloody hobbit.
Three and 4. Let me roll mine. So you get there, you look around, you see the odd shuffling of a bush here and there, and occasionally you glance sort of a glimmer of something moving through the foliage overhead, and you wonder if you're being surveilled from somewhere. And then you hear a, "Hey, well, what do you want then? Be quick."
Why is it always strange forest folk sound like they're from Wales?
Wales, yeah, I was gonna say. She's called the Celt, but she's Welsh.
It's not racist, Abac. It's colorful.
You noticed sheep among the trees.
Awakened sheep. They've got 6 legs, their horns dripping magma.
Blowback. As you hear this voice, you manage to look up and you pinpoint where the voice is, and with your, crazy, awesome eye vision, you zoom in and you manage to just about spot a female elf sitting in one of the branches on top of the oak tree, cradling what looks like a sports rifle, a long barrel, bolt action mechanism with an old-fashioned telescope on top. This sort of thing you maybe have seen in like pictures of museum pieces. You're not used to anything that's not like fancy electronical like tech scopes, but this seems to be a good old-fashioned plain old magnification via lenses system. She's wearing what looks like full-on camo gear. Face is sort of darkened and in some places different colors, like she's wearing some sort of camo paint as well. Hair pulled back and tied up behind her head.
You know what? I seem to recall The Witcher kept doing this as well. All of the weird forest girls were Welsh. Bloody pieces.
Why don't
All
you
the
like
dwarves
forest
are
girls?
I don't mind forest girls, just why are they all Welsh?
I like girls regardless of
There
location.
was a goat girl who was Welsh. It wasn't even a sheep girl. I mean, come on.
I never rule
Whatever
anybody
you do
out
in
based
your
on
spare
geographic
time.
technicality. I sub-vocalized to Caber. Your show, buddy. Stick to the plan.
The plan.
Get me a cure to this coke.
Come on then, I haven't got all day.
Well, do you want to, like, jump down and talk to me then? Like, where are you? Jesus.
I'm quite fine
Why
up
people
here,
so-
actually.
Why are people so dodgy around here? My buddy
The
here...
guy in a fucking motorbike ladders with a little mini-me beside him.
That's rude.
Racist.
I'm going to take off my helmet.
Okay, you take off your helmet. Hey, well, you're a pretty
Was
one,
it-
aren't you?
I do try.
Now she's Irish.
Shut up!
Pseudo's running commentary. He can't help it. He's a Let's Player.
I know.
He sees things
Sorry.
happening and he has to comment on them.
Pretty much. Splat understands how it is.
Are you the one that they call the Celt?
Hey, they used to.
Why used to? What do they call you now?
Well, I haven't talked to anyone in a little while. I've been busy.
I could hear you fucking laughing like Muttley over there.
God, stop it. Oh.
Yeah, I had to seek you out. My friend here has been chomped down on by some bugs that have been in this forest, and we're looking for some sort of remedy.
Well, that's
I
what
got
happens
told
if
that
you
you're
walk
the
into
best
the
person.
forest unprepared.
Yeah, well, he's a bit of an idiot. Hence the get up.
I put up the visor and I look at him and I shake my head.
How
Yep.
good is the signal to them? Like, what noise rating? It's 3, is it?
Yeah.
Do I need to roll anything to be able to watch this, or...
Blowback
Same.
has his comlink on, and Blowback's comlink is a high enough device rating that it can punch through.
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
I'll
you can
be
get
watching
signal
this.
there.
Is Pug still
sorry, Blowbacks.
Is Pug still in AR right now? In
Yeah.
the host?
Yeah.
Okay then, well, the map sinks back down onto a single level, and then it's just a 3D representation of the what the comlink is seeing.
Okay, cool. Meanwhile, back at the oak tree, Blowback gives Caver a somewhat look. You called me all the way over here to deal with some tick bite.
Well, that and a few other things, but the tick bite's the main thing. At least for now.
Well, what's the problem, little one?
Wee laddie.
I'm
I
surprised
audibly
you
go,
didn't call him Boyle.
I clearly do not like being called little one.
She could call you Bach if she wanted to.
She idly picks like a bit of broken twig off the side of the tree that started to die already, and starts going through the leaves that are sort of turning a little bit brown.
I appear to have been bitten by some critter of the forest, and from what I can tell, I've been flying high on Novacoke ever since. However, I should be off of it by now, and it's been almost a day and a half. Half-Life should have burned this out of my system a long time ago, and so I'm starting to think this might be a larger issue than I initially thought.
Are you still tapping your foot?
Yeah.
Is that the problem? Some people in the city, I'm sure, would pay a lot of money for that.
Definitely a problem for me when I need my focus.
Hey, well, you've been bitten by one of the ticks that live around here. That happens if you don't respect the forest.
I was minding my own business sitting on the back porch. I don't think I disrespected anybody.
That back porch of yours actually belongs to the forest. So does this entire village. So does that compound up there.
Well, you can't be happy about the fact that the compound exists then if it belongs to the forest.
No, not particularly.
I heard a few people aren't happy about that.
She narrows her eyes at you. You can tell quite easily that she does not like the compound much at all. As for your problem, I'm afraid I can't do much to help you. You've been bitten by one of the ticks that are somewhat infected with toxic magic. I mean, I
How
can
do
put
you
you to
keep from
sleep
getting
if you need to
bitten?
sleep. I respect the forest more than you do.
Got kind of a blank look on my face right now, clearly not understanding at all what she means as somebody that grew up in the thick of the sprawl. Like, just, what the shit? Like, it's not like a disrespectful look, it's just like, we have no common ground at all.
It's
to,
like you're
meet on.
speaking French.
I'm going to nudge Blowback and say I think she wants you to, like, hug a tree or something.
Oh, I gotta see this, Pseudo. Please make this happen.
Are you being serious right now?
Okay. I'm widening the view. I'm kind of bending it because how many cameras are on a comlink? Is it? Cause
It's two, because you've got front and
It's
back
two.
face one.
okay. So I'm trying to make it a three-dimensional image, so the cameras are now looking all the way around as you're moving around.
There's
This
an
kind of
area of
spherical
black at the
representation.
side where you've tried to as
Blind
much as possible.
spots.
Yeah.
But you've got a pretty good thing.
Oh, and you've got Blowback's eyes as well, so...
Oh, actually, I'm adding more then. So we're getting a pretty good image now. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
you've
very
got quite, like,
panoramic.
probably about 80% of the surround. Because you've got Kava's comlink as well.
There you go.
I mean, I could put you to sleep and you could actually get a good night's sleep if you wanted.
I would like
you give
that, but
us
seeing
anything?
as if we've only just met, it seems a little forward.
Oh, and that's a
Is there
shame.
some place that we can talk that's not, like, in the middle of the forest? No,
I
you know
swatted
what I
something
mean.
at my arm.
Of course we're going to be in the middle of the forest, but do you have somewhere sheltered?
This is sheltered. This tree stood here for hundreds of years.
So do you, like, sleep in the tree? Is it like your house, or...
She just raises an eyebrow at you.
Once again, no common ground.
You
She
sure
just-
that guy's our face?
She just lets the leaves and the bit of twig she's been playing with sort of flutter to the ground over the top of Blowback and goes back to holding her rifle.
I turned to Pat and I said, I honestly think you would actually have a better chance of seducing her than these two. I don't even... This is painful to watch.
Said anything about seducing her? Jesus.
And
Pseudo-
as Pseudo says that, Pug is having another soy calf and he's swelling up again.
Yeah, the swelling
This
is
time without
slightly
his
starts to
doctor
subside.
nearby.
It gets worse again. Yeah. Well, is there anything else I can help you with? I got called all the way over here for nothing.
Need the help
we've
of your
actually-
fort. Oh, go ahead.
Of your fort?
Yep.
She has a fort?
A tree fort. She's in it right now.
We actually need a bit of help from you. We're
Oh, that's a surprise.
looking on. Yeah, of course. Well, why would I call you out here if I didn't need your help? We're looking for a couple of things, and you seem to be one of the only people around here that would be able to help us. You don't happen to have any sort of sleeping agent? Anything that'll help a lot of people go to sleep, not just my little friend here?
She just sort of looks at you quizzically like, Well, I mean, you're a mage. You've just about as much to put people to sleep as I would.
Yeah, I'm looking for something chemical in nature.
Unless you fancy feeding a load of people some dodgy tea you brewed from herbs, and you want to feed it to everybody, I don't think that I will be able to help you with that one.
Well, there might be some way that we could atomize the tea, you know, make it into an aerosol.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that they do that back in the cities. And then they call it sleeping gas. And then they sell it. I'm not really sure what you want from me here.
Look, I'm going to level with you. We're trying to hit the compound because
She suddenly becomes a lot more interested and not quite so coy. She leans forwards in the tree. Aye?
we're basically not happy with what they've been doing up here. And the
Make
way
a
that they've
deception
been...
check.
Fair, like, he's not being deceiving though, because he likes kids and he doesn't like child abuse and shit like that. So he actually
It's not the
has,
main
like, a-
reason he's here, though, is it?
I mean, it's a
for money.
corroborating reason.
A lot of dice for 4 successes.
Aye. Well. How do you want me to help you?
Well, I'm wondering if there's any way that you could help us with some sort of distraction.
And why would I do
We're
that? then?
basically... Well, we're looking at cutting off the head of the compound so that the body will follow.
You're planning on killing the guy who runs it?
Yeah, and not so many words, yes. Yes, we are.
She pushes off the branch that she's sitting on, lands on the next branch down, and then hops down to land on the ground beside you, barely making a sound as she does so. You notice that she stands about an inch taller than you, Kava, and blowback, she stands quite a lot taller than you.
Rub her in, why don't you, E.E.? I'm fairly certain he understood that when he said she was taller than Kaba, but you had to point it out. Yeah. By the way,
Okay.
she's really tall compared to you, little guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 6'2", so...
Yeah, she's 6 foot, like, 2.5, 6'3".
Got jokes right now, but they're not family friendly.
Oh, wait, and we are?
Well, I mean, you know, so I try to put a
Okay.
damper on it every now and again.
Well, if you're doing something like that, then how can I help?
Well, we're trying to find a distraction. We're looking to try and get as much of the security forces out the way so that we can hit the guy and take him out. I mean, we're not all for, like, killing everyone in there. That's just, like, a lot of those people are just in the wrong place.
I could help you with that one. If you're planning on killing the guy in charge.
You cannot have my confidence.
I'm definitely planning on killing the guy in charge. Some of the stuff that he's done is just... I don't even want to go into it, to be honest.
Plus, we drove a long way.
she gives blowback a look. She's like, and in the look says both condescension and also her, and also, oh yeah, driving. I remember what that is.
Yeah, he's not much for the thinking. He's good at the shooting, though.
Hey, well, it's good to know he's got some uses. Sure,
More than you
I can
know.
help you out. I would very much like the shadow he casts on this forest to be removed. This compound is a bit of a blight. Yeah, I can help you. When do you
So
need a
what type of
distraction
help do you
made?
think? I was going to say, do you have a comm link that I can access you on, but I severely doubt that.
She kind of moves her hands to the side, and you notice that her kind of baggy camo gear and stuff, there's a lot of pockets and stuff for it, but none of them seem to have any sort of weight in them.
Can I give you a comm link?
She kind of recoils a little bit, takes a half step back and goes, what time would you like your distraction, and I'll make sure that one happens.
Well, we don't have all of the plan laid out yet, which is why I was wanting to give you a comm link.
I don't plan on storming that place while this is going on in my bloodstream. I need time to wait this out.
Looking at you, I think you'd probably be waiting out between probably about 4 days from now, maybe a bit more towards 3.
Alright, I reckon that 5 days from now would be a good time to let it get out of his system, let us do some more recon and get a solid plan in stage.
Very well. I'll come back and I'll be under this tree in 4 days' time, and then you can tell me what you would like to plan, what you would like me to do.
Alright, sounds good. Before we go, I didn't catch your name.
Well, you did call me the Celt. If you want to call me that, that'd be fine.
Ah, but you says that that's what people used to call you.
No, that's true, but I haven't really been speaking to many people for a while.
Alright, Celt's fine.
I'll tell you your name someday.
Well, I'm Kaber. It's been nice to meet you.
And she looks you up and down, and she says, hey, well, I'm sure you are a boyo. I'll be catching you around. And she just walks off.
Alright, I tap blow back on the back and say, alright, let's get going.
Crackers just can't keep it quiet with the short jokes, can you? God, I hate elves. I start walking back along the GPS line.
I'm gonna shove my helmet back on. They always make me talk to the fucked up ones.
I mean, to be fair, I would have spoken up, but she didn't seem to like me very much.
I don't think she likes people. She seems to like leaves and grass.
Luddites.
Okay. You head back towards the barn. You get there. You notice as soon as you walk in, the pug's face is swollen.
Had more soy, have we?
As Blowback is getting back, like once the barn is in view of his comlink, I send her a message. Didn't want to interrupt you before, but you kind of need to sort out Pug. I think he's actually going to choke himself. The amount of soy he's drinking.
If I help him, this is the only way he's gonna learn. It's like just letting the dog eat that apple flavored shit that you put on the corner of the couch. He's got to learn it one way or the other. I've already wasted syringes trying to get him. I gave him my epinephrine already. He's fine.
A little bit better.
It just doesn't bother me enough to do anything about it. I just don't care.
And that's why I'm not giving you a shot.
Right. Can I get marks on the
Don't do it.
the soy
Don't
cap
do
machine?
it. No. I'm heading over there to get as many drinks as I can before you do this.
Yeah, you already have
No.
3 marks as a user. You've
I
been
already
given-
have 3 marks. as a
Yeah.
user. I'm going to use garbage in, garbage out on it, and I'm going to set the command to produce soy calf to produce water. And the
Okay.
command to produce. What other kind of drinks would this thing be able to make?
Anything with soy in it that is soy based.
Okay.
It's a soy machine.
Okay. And the command to make. Okay, actually, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, it'll just bring out water. I'll
Okay.
just change it back when I want to use it.
So Pug goes over to the soy machine, goes soy coffee, and it goes, and water just goes in.
In fact, I'm changing all of the commands to water.
Okay.
Every single one.
Damn it!
You know what I like after a walk in the forest? I think I like a soy calf. And I walk over.
As he
go
goes
get a
over
soy
to it, I
calf.
switch it back.
And it
I'm
makes
still
you a
pressing the
beautiful, stale, vaguely coffee flavored soy calf.
I'm
look at
grabbing
that.
that shit. As soon as I smell it, it's not water. I'm grabbing that shit. It's mine.
Oh God,
make-
they're gonna fight again.
Make a
Really, really, this again? Really? Oh my God.
make a strength plus. No, that's to defeat a grapple. I think you're just grabbing for the cup. So make an agility plus unarmed attack versus blowback.
He got minuses, right? Because he's having a weird allergic
Yeah,
reaction.
you've got -3 because you're now
There
like
we go.
so severely allergic. Actually, I will keep that. You don't have to roll that again because you glitched. Blowback. So, Pug manages to grab the soy calf, but the vast majority of it is spilled and goes everywhere. Over the machine, over Blowback, over Pug.
Wait. Is this an allergy he's got internal? He is required to ingest the soy? Or is it like anywhere the soy touches?
I mean, he's mostly metal, so we got to assume that most of it's not getting onto real, like,
Pug
organs
does
or
have
body
Author Skin
parts or anything.
3, so...
Okay.
I'm gonna grumpily take my water and go sit at the table.
Okay.
Slam it down.
You notice that where the soy has landed on Pug, it's turning ever so slightly pinkish.
I'm almost the only way he's gonna learn. And look at Pseudo and walk back to my corner of the room.
So I'm walking over to the,
I'm lying there on the couch, just my arms kind of crossed. I look relatively peaceful.
Okay.
I'm walking over to the soy calf machine, thinking I could go with the soy calf right about now.
And it makes a soy calf because you haven't set it back? Yeah, so it makes a soy calf.
The moment he goes for it, I set it up to make the soy calf.
Yeah.
And then I ping 2K was like, enjoy this moment because he will remember it.
So I'm sitting sipping my soy calf,
And now I've set it back to water.
and I'm watching Pug from doing something, and as soon as he
How come
does
you didn't-
something, I'm holding an action.
How come you didn't fuck with his soy calf, Pug?
In
The
my
soy calf
head,
machine moves like an
Pug now
entire
talks
entity
like
slams the
Weeble and
table.
Bob. Weeble and Bob is now Pug.
Yeah, Bacon Devon. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, okay.
I'm just sipping my soy calf, like, that's good soy calf, man.
Making sex noises.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up a video. I'm just gonna zone out. Not even gonna pay attention to this crap.
Okay. And as the video loads, no, you don't have ads because you've got enough of a subscription. Okay. Yeah, you're fine. There's no soy calf advert. Yeah.
That would have been so cruel. Oh my god. RGM is a douche. Okay, I come out
hadn't
and
known?
hot sim at this point.
Okay. So you come
I'm
out as
gonna-
Hot Sim.
And I go get a soy can.
Pug can hear the sound of soy calf being made, despite the fact he's pulled up a video, unless he chooses to turn that off. But he can hear the sound of Pseudo very much enjoying his soy calf too.
Damn it! I've already spilled most of the water from the cup. I'm not gonna do it again.
Okay. I think now is probably a good point to go take a break, so we'll be back in about 6 minutes. When we'll get to the hardcore planning stage, where we actually find out what their plan is, and how they're going to invade this compound, and whether they're going to complete all the objectives. But that'll be in 6 minutes. So, join us back here in 6 minutes, and yeah, go enjoy your lovely soy calf. Not you, Pug.
I'm gonna get a beer.
I'm gonna get a soy calf.
I'm going to get another soy calf.
I'm gonna get soy beer.
There.
I bucked the trend. Getting nothing!
But marshmallows.
Soy marshmallows.
Empty bladder.
Alright, 6 minutes.
Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power. The Awakening. The Awakening happened at the turn of the millennium, when magic returned to the world. Magic and its return led to mages who could manipulate mana and adepts. Elves and dwarves. Elves stand a little taller than humans. Dwarves tend to be shorter. Orcs and trolls. Orcs and trolls are both bigger than humans. Racism towards orcs and trolls is widespread. Transhumanism. People can now buy cyber limbs, wired reflexes, or synthetic muscles to make them stronger and faster.
And welcome back to Roll4It, the tabletop RPG show where we're playing some Shadowrun. Currently the group have decided to try and infiltrate a compound owned by cultist, church, corporation, whatever you want to call them. And they have made a deal with a nearby shaman who lives in the forest that they will, in exchange for murdering the leader of the cult, that she will make a distraction to hopefully let them in. Or at least get them in slightly easier. Their kind of objectives are to kill the leader of the cult, which is an optional objective, to get a copy of some documents, and also to rescue/kidnap a member of the cult. So far, we have enough tips that you have 6 die, refresh point of edge each. You also have 3 favors, and if we get a little bit more, we'll get another favor for the group.
Wow.
Yeah. So, right back into the action. You've all congregated in a little safe house barn a few miles away from the compound, and you are ready to do your recon, your planning. What are you going to do? It's about 2 p.m. by this stage.
Blowback's poncho.
Yes.
It's a very good poncho.
We're going to suggest that Blowback's poncho stays, but Blowback's eyeballs go.
Cyber poncho. It's got wireless. How warm would you like to be? Oh, I don't know. Bring it up a little bit, Cyber Poncho.
See, that's something I could see marketed. That would actually
I would
sell.
genuinely like to use a favor so that Blowback has a cyber. No. No, actually, genuinely, I would. I just won't because everyone will shout at me, but I would. But
I'm going to spend the next couple days trying to use the med kit to get rid of this Nova Coke faster. I think the plan is more or less put together, like create a diversion, chaos, seal people downside, gas them, good to go.
I kind of want
find a leader.
I kind of want to try and get a bit of recon, like up-to-date recon.
Yeah,
on at least the overland, because we don't know
maybe
how old
I would
this
like.
with maybe a
I'll
flying
be able
eyeball,
to do a
you know?
little bit of recon, insofar as I'll be able to tell you where the technomancers are, and I can observe from a great distance certain things a technomancer does that a decker doesn't, that leaves ripples in the pond. But all that's going to do is give me a number. As far as actual physical recon, we could probably get reasonably close. I mean, we can't afford to assume that this is an enclosed space and that they never go outside the compound. More than likely, they actively patrol. However, they may not patrol the forest to the north because it's a little bit more dangerous. There's more involved in that. Were you able to secure any kind of freedom to move within the forest from the shaman?
In general, I got the distinct feeling I'm munching on soy jerky right now as I say this.
Again, printed from the soy machine.
By the way, if Pug tries to make anything, and that includes food, he gets water.
Yep.
It's just water.
I got the distinct feeling that she doesn't want us in our forest. To quote her words, I don't respect the forest, whatever the frag that means.
Have you tried asking her what respecting the forest would entail?
We
I mean, it
tried
might.
hugging the tree.
That
What
would
would you
require
do?
me to have some semblance of empathy and or caring about what she thinks about me.
All right.
That forest is so thick that you don't want to be going in there.
Last time I went in there, I got bit by ticks that put me on cocaine. I think I'll just stop respecting the forest and leave it alone.
All right. Well,
Can
fair
we
enough.
market this as like a holiday resort? I don't think we need to run after that. I think we'd
Do
be pretty
toxic
sorted.
flea heroin. It's so
Yeah.
fun.
Got it out of your system.
Yes, continue.
Okay. I can observe the technical side of things from afar. I don't need to get close. But if we want to do any kind of recon on guard shifts, that's a little bit harder. I can't tell you where the guns are moving in the compound. At least we're not with any kind of accuracy. I can tell you how many sprites are there, how many technomancers are active. I can tell you how many guns are there in total, but honestly, I don't think that information is going to be useful. We should just assume a lot. After a certain point, the numbers don't mean anything anymore. But in
I
terms
just want an
of...
RFID on Jack. Like, I want to be able to find Jack in the commotion. Because the last thing we want is to start a commotion and then be needle in a haystack. Like, are you Jack? Are you Jack? Are you Jack?
We've got pictures of him. If we had
Yeah,
some
but
sort of
still,
drone,
that's-
then we'd be able to do a flyby, but have you considered? Have any of you got any kind of
fly my
contacts
eyeball around the room?
Your
got a
eyeball's
fly
a bit
ball.
too big. It's a bit too obvious. If we had
Like
something
that
like a
big.
mosquito drone or something, then that would be a little bit better. I mean, what kind of camera is on your eyeball?
Standard
How
one.
good is
It's
it?
got vision optics, which are top of the line.
Okay.
I haven't added any night vision or anything like that to it yet, but I'm going to in the future.
Looking at his eyeball in terms of the matrix and AR and icons and stuff like that, can I see what he's got installed on it? Like what level of optics he's got? Because there's no in-character way of answering that.
Level 3 vision enhancement, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think for right now, let me see if I got a list in here. Cyberware list. It's got Vision Enhanced 3 and Ocular Drone. That's all that it's got for right now.
Okay. Maybe. But
Thermographic and night vision were coming later.
if you flew that at any kind of appreciable distance where people wouldn't A, hear the noise, and B, wouldn't easily be able to shoot your eyeball, because I'm assuming you don't want a shot out of the sky, then you're probably not going to be able to pick out enough detail to identify someone, not unless you're really lucky. I mean, I could have bite diagnostic the eyeball. That might work, but
Pretty small, and if we fly high enough, I don't think anybody's going to see it. I'd be more concerned about deckers.
well, yeah, that's
Or
the problem.
technomancers.
It could be running silent, but yeah, once it's out of your head, I'm assuming it's going to have to be on wireless. There isn't some sort of agent pilot program on there, is there? You couldn't just fly it over and have it storing a recording locally until it returns, and then you just download that. Give it a pre-designed flight path. It wouldn't need to be wireless to receive commands at that point.
I would have to look that one up in the rulebook out of character, but and to be honest, I haven't read the manual. I'm not really sure.
Okay, well,
You could
guess
give
we
it
don't mess
effectively
around
orders
with
of go
device.
here, go here, go here. And then when it
You
runs
could
out
set
of
it up
device,
with
it
a
would just
standard
do it.
sweep pattern, perhaps. Something along
Anything more
those
complicated
lines.
would need an agent to run.
I hazard to suggest this, Blowback.
Slata.
Slata would be able to pilot the thing.
She would love it.
Oh dear lord. I suppose I do owe her a favor for locking her in the car and forgetting to free her.
Oh, it wasn't
She's
that you
pretty
forgot.
salty about that.
And as I remember rightly, Suda was going to move her to the gun, but hasn't yet.
No, because this is effectively the only one day later.
Yeah.
I'll go ask her.
After
I
that,
want you
once
to know,
she's
I
done that, I
really,
can stick her
really
in the
hate
gun
this,
straight
though.
from it. Well, just pose it as this is just on the way to the gun. We just need a small favor from her. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Quick question.
Mhm.
What?
Once we identify where Jack is, would it be worth it to try and hit him with some sort of tracker round?
Yes, but I don't know how you expect his eyeball to do that. Unless your eyeball's got a gun. Does
No,
your
I'm
eyeball have a gun?
not meaning that. Jesus.
Because if it doesn't, but it can, pretty good idea.
So I head out to the van.
Okay. You get to the van.
It's a good idea though, Caber. Joking aside.
You open the door, you sit down, and you turn it on. There. Hello, Blowback. How can I help you? Do
Can
I get to go
actually
back
help
to my
me.
home yet?
Yeah, about that.
No,
So,
no.
due to technical issues,
Oh,
well,
niet.
hold on. Due to technical issues, we need to put you back in my eyes. And then we can
Technical
put you in the
issues.
gun. Yes, technical issues. Technically, you can really, really help me out. You just asked, how can I help you? Well, you can really, really help me out by going back in my eyeball.
That.
Blowback
Okay.
gets a ping saying just for one day. Then the
Just for one day.
Do you want to move me
Can
back
put
into
it-
your eyeball just for one day?
Yeah, and we can even put a little timer in there for you to watch.
So you want to keep moving me every single day?
No, just the one time. Just the one time. I mean, unless you find that you really like being in an eyeball, and then we could, move you back and forth as necessary.
Every time you move me back and forth, it is very taxing.
How does that work? Are we actually like destroying you and recreating like a new you? Like, how does that work? Or
But
are
if you were
copying
destroying me
Is-
and recreating a new me, would new me not think of that as old me, but still think it was new me? Because wouldn't my own like memories be recreated?
At this point,
Exactly,
I chime
I
into the
get confused.
conversation. Do either of you honestly want the answer to that question? I can give it, but I can't take it away once I've given it.
I want the answer to the question.
Yes, how many dead
I turned to
God.
Show us the bodies.
I turn to Kate and I say, yeah, I'm deleting it after I move her across. So yes, technically one of them is dying every time.
But what one's the real one?
But blowback, have you not considered that your brain cells die every day, and you create new ones of those?
He doesn't
think he
actually
creates
create
new ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same
Slanta,
page there.
Slanta,
guys.
you are expertly equipped to deal with weapons, but biology is not your area, I'm afraid. It's not
To
mine
help-
really either, but
To help convince Slata this is a good idea, I've already drawn a wonderful picture of a spaceship. It's something a 6-year-old might have drawn, and I put like a really hot picture of a Russian woman that I found on it's not the internet anymore. What is it?
what are you
called?
doing?
Matrix,
Are you just
whatever.
doing it
Google still exists.
Google
is owned by Ares.
You're like
And-
doing it in the ops room
And she's now in the pilot's room of this little stupid spaceship, and I'm showing it like big old shit blasting out the back. She's just flying across the universe, just having a blast. See, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a
now
lot
I
of
see
fun.
that
You'll
that
love it.
picture. I'm going to edit it slightly, and now the rocket actually has the USSR, hammer and sickle, all that sort of stuff. And there's just like little tiny putt rockets with the American flag on. They're just clearly not able to keep up with this massive hyperdrive rocket.
Nice.
Okay, I will fly your spaceship.
And onwards to infinity, and somewhere past that.
Yes. Duh.
Okay, well,
I
know
get
what
the
I'm
feeling
doing.
that Zlata really doesn't think Blowback's ever going to come along and join the ride of Mother Russia.
I haven't got to shoot anybody with the gun yet.
It's true.
My communism is directly inflected by how many murders I can commit at the same time. We're really getting to that.
Does it have like a syringe in the trigger? When you pull the trigger, does it stab you full of communism or something?
Yes. That's what Nixon wants you to think.
Something about there's something about shooting people in the name of the motherland. I don't know.
Darren, when that happens, let me know.
All right, so you want to go to the eyes now?
Not unlike the present.
Pseudo, make it so.
You say that like it isn't hours of work, but okay.
Engage.
Begin making it so. Start the preliminary process of making it so.
All Pug hears is begin making it soy.
Okay, but is there really no way that you can get him off this coke? Because the new super hyped up Blowback, as funny as he is, he's really exhausting.
I wish there was a way to keep him on it. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I like the energy.
I'm just going back and forth in my van seat.
Oh, God.
Oh,
All right.
high right now.
Oh dear, oh dear. Sure. Suda, if you want to make that roll, what was it last time? I think it was
I don't remember
computers.
what the threshold was.
Okay, it must be in computers and intuition, I think.
Yeah, I think it was an extended editing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Which was computers and... It was computers and intuition, was it? Okay. Oop. Of course, I'm going to have Bite diagnosticing the eye first. So, let me just roll that. Six, not bad. So
And your
that's an
computer
extra
is
5
6?
dice. Five.
5. Yeah, okay.
So let me cancel this. I'm in hot sim, so I'm getting a +2 as well.
Okay.
Well, I need to add that up. And that limit would be 8. Oh, that's actually quite
Wow.
good. Oh no, that is my. Oh my lord, the roll was pretty good. I knocked off
That
the
is a
success
nice
as well
roll.
because of my limit.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the first hour. You've got most of the way there. You'll need 12 successes to do it. So knock a die off, roll again.
Meanwhile, those underground caverns, are they completely level, or is there any height difference between any of those caverns?
Basically, the lowest point in the topographical map will be around the river, and the sides of the valley, it's a fairly gentle valley, but it does go up towards the edges of the map beyond that. The tunnels themselves are a little bit flatter than the valley, but there is a slight slope and occasionally stairs in places, but they are much flatter than the valley is. But by dint of the fact that they kind of have to follow the surface, there is a slight change in gradient. Yeah, second now goes by, you manage to get Zlatter into the eyes.
Okay. Do I need to add any more successes to give her a little timer? And also, I kind of want to change the theme of the eyeball, so it actually feels like she's in the cockpit of a spaceship.
You can do that, which is quite easy.
Cool.
You just get like some default like 3D props and just plunk them around, and yeah, it looks good. It's a bit like Star Trek Bridge if you design it with communism in mind.
I've got a pretty powerful imagination, but I'm actually struggling to do that one.
Now I want to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
Okay,
you know,
there we
like
go.
the alternate Star Trek universe, the one where it's like evil, the human Imperium, whatever, the Terran Imperium. Like it's lots of reds and blacks, but slightly less black, more red, and then occasionally yellow detailing for the. Like,
I love
the
how
stuff.
you're poising the Russians as the evil ones. Oh yeah, you know
No,
the
because
evil
they use red
humans?
as part of
yeah,
the theme
that's
color.
basically how they do
because
it.
they're using
Such
red
an
as part of the theme
aggressive
color. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alright, so there we are.
I mean, it's not as aggressive as the countries that have like AK-40s on their or AK-47s on their flags.
Someone in chat said, someone make fan art, and someone said, fans make this happen. No, fans make this so.
Engage.
Yeah. Okay. But yes, so you managed to do that. Zlatter is now back in Blowback's eyes. And Blowback, you can like kind of pull back in your view of your eyes, and if you do, you see this view screen, which is the outside, and then the set dressing of basically like a Star Trek ship with Zlatter in a command chair. And then you can zoom back in and just get normal eye vision again.
Fantastic. Well, I like what you've done with the place, Zlata. Thank you for
Did I
redecorating.
change Zlatta's uniform? Did we go for like a classic Star Trek woman's uniform, like super short?
Yeah, with the
red
skirt this up.
miniskirt?
Yeah, do that one.
You know,
Blowback's like, yes, I want that.
Do you do that one?
Does Blowback ask me to?
Definitely. We're not going to
Then
do
yes.
the jumpsuits. Absolutely not.
That's excellent. Now I am some sort of pinup. The little like Federation like logo for the comlink is actually a hammer and sickle though.
Yes.
You got to ask Pseudo about that one. Sorry.
I'm sure I have to. I'm sure it was
I'm not even
all
gonna-
pseudo. I'm sure
I'm not
you
even
didn't
going to
have
bother
anything to
sending
do
her
with
the
it.
recording of you asking me to do that. I don't even need to.
Now where am I meant to fly my spaceship?
First things first, I got to get you to a decent spot. I contact Glenn on my comlink, and I ask if he's got anything that can keep the ticks off me while I'm in the forest.
Are you doing a voice call or are you doing messaging? Because so far you've just messaged him.
Message him.
Yeah, okay. He just recommends some very basic bug repellent.
Is there any in the compound here?
No, you're in a tiny village, like quite away from the compound, like a few miles from the compound. You're quite away from major habitation centers, which is both good and bad. You're not going to buy much here.
Sighed dejectedly. I tried. I tried so hard. Alright, so I take Zlato to wherever we need to go in order to insert the
He
eyeball.
does however say, what do you need it for? Maybe I can help.
We're taking a lot of excursions out to the forest, and these bites seem to be more than a normal tick bite.
Yeah, they can do that. What exactly were you needing all this for? Why are you taking some excursion to the forest? It's not normally a good thing to be planning in this place.
Trying to get into contact with some shaman.
Okay. Is this Kelt you were looking for earlier? I didn't know she was still around.
Yeah. Still putting around trying to figure out what she's doing.
Oh dear. Be careful of that one.
Why do you say that?
She's unreliable.
In what way?
She cares too much about the forest and not enough about metahumanity.
Turn to Caber at this point while
As a
Bulba's having
metahuman
this
that offends
conversation.
me.
And I say, Caber, you might
Precisely.
want to listen in on this one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna essentially set off into the forest. I've got to get to the perimeter wall. I don't want to have too much noise. And along the way, I'm just going to instruct Zlata that she needs to fly around the compound inconspicuously, keeping high altitude, and just take pictures. Pseudo, anything specific you want?
Give me a few minutes, and I sit back down on the couch, go hot sim, go back to the Belfast host, and with the 3D map, I start to plot a course.
Okay.
That will visit, generally avoiding some, like, because you said there was like AA guns and stuff like that. Is that right?
They have some military-grade anti-aircraft missiles.
Okay. Is that just stuff that people have, or
No,
like,
they're towed
or
around
something?
by vehicle and then sort of parked at the side of the road. Equipped with shortwave radar and also infrared homing seekers.
Okay, well, I am plotting a course that tries to minimize the exposure of this flying eyeball to things that will shoot it out of the air. But generally, it's a flying eyeball, so it's probably not really...
You don't know where the missiles are based. The missiles are mobile and moved around. They're parked in different locations.
They're in Cuba.
Okay, right. Well, okay, and I'll just focus on the kind of civilian areas. We'll do a fly by most buildings, but generally paying more attention to the kind of places where people are likely to be congregating. And then I forward that on to Blowback.
What level is this plan? Is it like to fly high or to fly very low?
It's down to Blowback, but I believe Blowback wanted to fly high.
Yeah, I wanted to fly high because it's already an eyeball-sized thing. They're not going to see it if you get high enough up. And with the Ocular Enhancement 3, it should be able to take reasonably decent pictures.
Okay.
I give it some points to look at the guard posts as well, specifically, and the I give it a proper little swing around so that we've got pictures from multiple angles of the brig, the makeshift brig.
Okay. So the eyeball pops out, turns towards you, and says, it can't really say anything, so it has to do it over wireless to you, because it doesn't have a speaker attached. Not many people want speakers in their eyes these days. Cameras? Yeah, speakers, no.
Strange.
How am I meant to find you afterwards? There's a lot of noise around here.
Where do you want to meet up again, Blowback?
I was going to take her just to the periphery of the camp and release her there so that there wasn't too much noise, but if she wants to fly from here, she can fly from here.
Well, once she's in the air, she'll be running under, like, what kind of operational range has this drone got?
Didn't read the manual.
Well, that's probably something you want to read. Zlanta, have you got any readout on energy, battery charge?
They're like several hours quite easily. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, well, maybe don't get too close to the camp. You pick a point along that road, and the final destination should just simply to be come back to you.
If the battery goes below half, I will come back to be sure, yes?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. But otherwise, just return to the point of origin, and Blowback, you can just hang around, or if you want a separate pickup spot.
It'll be alright, I'll still be here. I'm going to work on this Nova Coke thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
so you're staying at the barn, or are you
released
getting
from?
closer before releasing the eye proper?
I'm just going to release it. She'll be able to do it, especially with the diagnostics and all the help and everything from Pseudo.
Okay. So you can diagnostic. Bear in mind that this will then lose its connection to the matrix as it goes away from you.
Nope, won't work, because it needs to be on the matrix for there to be diagnostic. The sprite can't live inside the eye.
Yeah.
Hello.
So
She's looking for boys, sorry.
your sprite or the ferret?
The ferret is looking for boys.
So the eye flies out the barn and away. You estimate, based on the map you've given it and the speed the eye flies, it'll probably take a few hours to do this, because it is 3 miles away. And it doesn't move particularly fast, so it will be a few hours before it gets back. Blowback, please make a body test.
Oh dear.
Technically it's damage resistance, but without armor. You take 1 point of stun damage. Fatigue stun damage. Blowback, you're very tired. That headache is getting worse.
Okay. I'm going to start working with the med kit and doing an extended medical test to reduce the duration of the Nova Coke as best as possible.
Okay, so the best you could do is maybe try and affect that ever so slightly. The more likely thing you could do is either try and counteract it to be able to sedate yourself temporarily to get some sleep, or try and, yeah, that's pretty much it, like effectively take sedatives. You might be able to shorten the duration by a little bit, but it wouldn't be by long.
Doesn't the Rake 6 have like a full blood purification, like IV system and everything though? Like a full...
Yes, it does. You can use that if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that right there.
Okay, so you start running your blood effectively through like a dialysis machine with all the enhanced extras. It should be able to do quite a lot. It won't filter everything because it's designed to make sure that your blood stays as your blood. It won't replace your blood, but it will filter out as much crap as it can. That will take a few hours to run through your entire bloodstream.
Okay, I'll do that while I wait.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything while you wait for the eye to come back?
I am going to... No, actually, I think at this point I may start doing a matrix search for any information on guards, any kind of armed conflicts at the compound, anything to do with their military capability, like in news, or like anyone who's like, yeah, I left and I was an ex-guard, blah, 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 that sort of stuff.
Okay. So yeah, that'd be an extended test.
Okay.
With the interval of an hour. Kaba, Pug, doing anything in the next few hours?
The question's still out there on actually trying to hit this guy with some sort of RFID tracker.
You can buy tracking rounds. You can buy effectively like paintball rounds that can have a number of different things in the paint element. Capsule rounds, they're called.
Well, I would just get a tracking round, but it's more if people think it's a good idea.
I mean, if it's going to help us, find him when we go in there, yeah, I don't see why not. The only concern I would have is either they would detect the round somehow, like either they would notice that there was a shot that came into the compound, or that they would be able to detect it once it's in his body. Is there any chance of that with all those adepts in there?
Well, I could get a stealth tracker. It would be effectively running silent. Like the RFID would be running silent.
You would still have to shoot someone, though, for it to work.
Yeah, of course.
Which tends to alert them.
I mean, out here, with this awakened forest, could just be a tick bite.
True. Very good point, actually.
Okay. 8 successes. Okay. 9 successes. Okay. Roll again. 12 successes. Okay, 12 successes. You managed to learn a little bit about their guard protocols. Mostly that they do have armed guards and they do guard their compounds fairly strenuously. They don't particularly like people getting in, etc. They're very iffy about press, and they tend to have protests shut down quite easily. But there are no stuff like, well, why do the barbed wire on top of the fences point both in and out? Why do the prongs and razor sharp spikes face in and out? Oh, they're to keep people from coming in, but they face both ways. No comment. In terms of what you actually know, a lot of it's been suppressed on the internet, etc. The Matrix has not a lot of information that's very reliable beyond that. However, Kaba has read all of the notes that you have, all of them. Yeah. And Kaba can tell you a lot about their equipment and exactly what they have. So in terms of their actual equipment, shock batons, Pistols tends to be the general mainstay. Beyond that, it's then submachine guns for the proper defense forces, and then beyond that, assault rifles with some pretty nasty bayonets on them. Most of their forces use combat drugs to be able to enhance their abilities, to be able to keep up with people who are cybered or awakened, as people are banned from using awakened powers inside the compound. They also do have some MCT Nissan rotor drones, which are equipped with either grenade launchers or heavy machine guns, which are designed for more persistent threats, particularly often combating things inside of the forest that tend to come out of the forest, or for taking on airborne threats or things that are, trying to infiltrate the compound by flying over. They also have taken shipment of some as technology critters, magical critters called lightning jaguars.
Okay.
Blowback, make me another damage resistance roll. You take 2 points of fatigue damage. Your blood filtration is doing very, very little. It's maybe helping a little bit, but as far as you can tell, the medkit doesn't really tell you very much beyond the effect that you are suffering from these symptoms, because the drug itself seems to have somehow been melded into this whole awakened thing, and it seems to be half spell, half drug, and the medkit's not particularly good at filtering it out. It is helping a little bit. Notably, it's cleaning out some of the byproducts of the drug itself and some of the, I can't remember what they're called, the products you get in between, the active components when it's broken down and then into something that actually affects your system. It can start clearing those out, which is helping a little bit, and it will reduce the duration ever so slightly. But it still being a magical effect is not massively decreased.
Tell the medkit to knock me out. Sedate me, medkit. Sedate me.
The medkit will inject you with tranquilizer. Please make a toxin resistance test.
Watch him resist.
So it's body plus 2 because you're a dwarf. You take 6 points of stun damage.
Okay.
You still awake?
Yeah, by 1 point.
Okay, make another toxin resistance test.
Yay! Unconsciousness.
Yeah, you take 3 points of stun damage, which doesn't roll over. You're unconscious.
And I'm still filtering. Yay!
Yes, you are. Notably, it's now trying to not filter out the knockout from your system. Right. At this point, there is a sound of a... I need to make some tests. Zlata flying an eyeball that she's not trained to fly.
It's going to be rough. How can such a small creature make such a loud noise?
Okay. I'm going to cut away now to over the top of the compound. A little eyeball floats a good 150 meters up towards the top of Zlata's real range around here, at least with any maneuverability, as Zlata turns her spaceship eyeball around to survey the compound, taking pictures of all the buildings, all the guards that she can. Notices this emplacement of 3 long, pointed tubes that appear to be missiles mounted on what appears to be some sort of sheet metal on the trailer.
Don't go towards the light, Zlata. Don't go towards the light.
And she doesn't hear so much as feel the vibration of air nearby as her little eyeball starts to get buffeted around a little bit. She turns up and sees what is effectively a football-sized sphere with a heavy machine gun slung under it and a big helicopter blade above it. Probably not that big by our standards. It's probably like a couple of feet, 3 feet across maybe. As an MCT Nissan rotor drone bears down on her.
I have to pay respects, people. Pay respects to Zlata. Pay respects.
I hope you guys didn't like her very much.
One of E's eyeball. One of Blowback's eyeballs.
Splat, you
Damn
can
it, I
start
gotta
rolling
get a new
for
eyeball.
You can start rolling for Zlata. Zlata is immediately going to take evasive action. And that
barrel
would
roll!
be... What is like the handling of an eyeball?
It's the same as whatever the sphere is.
Okay. Yeah.
What is the Russian term for Scheisse?
Why did you use the German term for it?
Because it's the only foreign form I know.
By the way, you as far as my vote goes, you get to
flying
use
eye.
all
It's
of
the
the
same
dice.
as a horizon flying eye.
It's 4 handling. It's not bad at handling. I got to give you that for an eyeball. It's not terrible.
It's gotta be hard to hit too.
Right, so knowing that the eyeball has 3 speed and 2 acceleration, 1 body, and 4 handling, she's probably going to dart straight for the edge of the compound, the quickest way out of its airspace. So, if you could make me a roll of 5 dice with a threshold of 4.
Okay. I'm gonna use extra dice.
Yeah, you
3
have
of them.
6, you can use
You
up to
can
3.
use all of them. Yeah, use 3.
I'm gonna edge
Seriously? Yeah.
Really? 1?
Wow.
Shit!
This is just not your day. You might want to take that poncho off.
I think
Poncho's
you're
the only
losing
thing
the poncho
protecting me.
rights. Your poncho card is going to get revoked at this rate.
Oh, that's too many die. Too many die!
Good
Wow,
lord,
that's a
she's
lot
so
of dice.
dead!
With 2
She's
hits.
still
Who is
dead.
flying
Oh.
this thing?
Oh, only 2. That means the defender succeeds.
Yeah. So the big drone behind you with this underslung machine gun turns towards Zlata's eyeball and declines to fire its weapon. Its weapon not being designed... It's probably a little bit overkill. It might be able to hit you, but it'd be definitely overkill to fire such a ridiculous weapon. And instead sort of dives towards it, using the blades around the edge to try and either knock it out of the sky with the sheer downforce, or maybe even just to clip the side of it. However, Zlata, expertly piloting into a little barrel roll, flips around and manages to just about evade it and get towards the edge of the compound, where the drone hovers, stops, and then turns back as Zlata heads away. Noticing that as she leaves via the south road, that a little way away, 200 meters beyond the edge of the compound, in a little lay-by, are parked 2 cars. One is a police cruiser, and the other one just behind it is a sedan of some description. She takes intense pictures of those as well, as she leaves. She get back to you, Blowback, as you are unconscious, and just sort of looks around, flies over to Pseudo instead. And she does have wireless, so now she's on wireless, she can report to Pseudo.
Okay.
That Pseudo, there was some fun. I did not have phasers or photon torpedoes, but I decided to run away. I just thought discretion is the better part of valor. You did not give me machine gun, they have machine gun.
Okay. You were a lot faster than I expected, so you got attacked by machine guns.
She sends over effectively the footage that the drone recorded.
Okay. I watch it. And after a few moments, I'm like, oh, and you came straight back here. Did you come on a straight path? We told you to take a straight path. Why did we tell you to take a straight path?
That you said to take straight path straight back here. I was following orders.
Kava, Pug, we may have a problem brewing. Zlata got into a fight, and then she immediately came back. If anything was following her, then they will now know where she came from.
Was anything following her?
Well, I was told to come straight back here. You said the line straight back, but I had a look behind and no one was following, as far as I could tell.
I am.
When did you
already out
activate
the
your
door.
wireless?
Well, I had the wireless activated all the time, but the wireless not powerful enough. Device rating not good enough to punch through forest. Nor the jamming signal that they directed at me.
See, now he's getting that look that I get on my face whenever Zlata does some shit. You see how it feels, Pseudo? You see how it feels?
I'm already out the door. I am
Zlata, it's
at
not
the
your
van.
fault. it's your handler's fault, and your handler is your owner, and your
You
owner
blame it on-
is Blowback.
Who said to take a straight line
Sometimes
back?
I wonder if he realizes just how much irony is involved when he bitches and moans that Pug doesn't listen to his medical advice and just drinks soy when soy is going to make his head pop. When I tell him do not have wireless turned on, and he doesn't tell you to turn your wireless off.
Don't the eyeball. She heard you. I'm not awake right now, so I can't even defend myself.
No. No.
Also, the Slider was never really designed to fly an eyeball. She can.
She did all
Did those cars follow you?
Don't
you
know.
detect
The
any
cars
signal from
was
them?
very stationary. They looked like they were much more facing like up towards the compound than they were looking for me. No one got out.
Do the images have image of the license plates?
No. She stayed high. That was her order.
Okay, but there were 2 vans outside, and I send him 2 cars. I send him the image of the cars. Police cruiser and a sedan. Just parked outside. I don't know what that might have, but the police cruiser specifically worries me a little. Which force were they? Were they brought just from
The
van?
colours of the car, that'd be the British Transport Police.
There must be a train station. The only place I've ever seen British Transport Police.
Do you want to grab your sniper and get up on the roof or get up somewhere high nearby and just keep an eye on the road?
Yes.
Probably got the best chance of spotting anything coming down the way. Let us know the moment there's anything, because this place is dead. Like, what's the time? I'm assuming it's pretty late at night based on what we've done in the day so far.
It's only about 6 p.m.
This far north? Is it winter or summer?
Now. August. Like,
It's now.
Or July.
Very
Like,
late.
Okay, it's very, very light then. Okay, keep an eye out. Pug, be ready for action, I guess.
I've already been out to the van, and I've already come back with my assault cannon and
What's your
arrows.
assault cannon's name? Don't tell me you haven't given it a name, because I'll know you're lying.
It's a Jaguar XXL.
And in your private time, what do you call
What's
it?
its Christian
Other than
name?
sexy?
Not its tool name.
I'm gonna keep playing with eyeballs and fancy common turn. Go for it. Meanwhile, I'm putting my gun down and I'm trying to find a nice place to shoot from.
Okay.
okay, so where are you planning to shoot from? What are you planning
I
to
need
shoot?
to wake Blowback up.
Anything that's visible from the front door.
Okay, you position yourself just inside the front door, sort of trying to get an angle out down the road.
So I'm reloading APDS into my rifle and clambering my way onto the roof.
Okay, there isn't any access to the roof?
I can throw them up there.
You can try and go outside
As
and
far
up
as
a
a
tree.
barn, doesn't it have like a ladder or something?
Not this one, it's
Iron
very much
shed or
a
anything?
sheet corrugated.
Look, Caber, I know we've had some rough times, but I am willing to throw you up there.
Gotta
One
toss
does not
me.
simply throw an elf.
I'm gonna pretend I'm not here. So if it's anything about me seeing you get tossed up onto a roof, I'll be witness to no tossing.
Meanwhile, while we're having this
Elf.
discussion, there is an eyeball trying to get into Blowback's empty socket, but his eyelids are down over it.
Don't do that. It's gonna hurt him.
Not okay.
Just wait a second, and I peel his eyelids open.
Oh goodness! If there's any fan art, it needs to be of that.
My whole eye socket is now metal though, so it's not all gross and like organic or anything.
No, it's definitely
Like-
gross.
There's
like
still
plugging in a
kind of
USB.
a lot of flesh. It's like there's like a socket at the back and like some metal around it in places, but there is some still flesh.
Honestly, that's not the worst way I've seen an eye go back in or come out, actually, so it doesn't bother me. At that point, I start duping on the med kit. I'm trying to pump him full of stimulant to wake him up.
No.
Yep.
Okay, Blowback, you've been asleep 3 hours, so you may make 3 stun resist. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. You may make 3 like tests to get rid of your stun damage, which is body plus willpower.
I hope I have 3 willpower. Yay, I do.
Yay! This
Thank
is
you, extra
happiness.
dice. I needed you.
Okay, you've got 1 point back.
Wait, how much extra dice did you use?
Oh no, that dice knocked
3
the other
points
dice
back.
back from a 6 to a 2.
2 back. Then Pseudo, you hit the button for stimulants and try in order to wake him up.
Yes.
Technically, that should have woken me up.
Why? How much stun do you have?
How much was I? have 10, but I was only like -3, I think. And so if each of those gave me 1 back, I should have been back up.
Well, you don't have -3. You just go to 0. Effectively.
Do I have to refill the entire track before I wake up?
The medkit won't wake you up until then because you need a full night's sleep, which means you need 8 hours plus the bit you've missed. So you probably need about 8 to 10 hours sleep. However, you have not got your full night's sleep, and you are roughly awoken by someone injecting you full of stimulants. You are now conscious.
Welcome to the land of the living. We got a problem.
Does this problem have guns?
Might do. Also, this problem is because of you.
How you gonna wake a dude up and then just blame him for something straight? I've been awake for 4 seconds.
So let's just show him what happened. And
Dad,
while
sorry
showing him
about
that,
this,
I'm going to go
darling.
make him a coffee.
And she plays back the relevant portion.
Nice barrel roll.
There, thank you. And I was watching Trid with it and thought that this might come in helpful.
Once, as about the time that he's getting to the end of the footage, I hand him a cup of soy calf. Triple strength.
I drink it because everybody loves soy calf. This is the future, after all.
Indeed.
Okay.
Do the English still drink tea, or have they swapped over to soy calf like the rest of the world now? How does
soy
this
tea.
work?
Soy tea.
Soy tea.
See, that already sounds like a brand name.
Soy tea. Question: how tall is the barn?
4 meters? 5 meters? 4 meters.
I can
It's not a
definitely chuck
shell
you up
out.
there.
So I got my AK ready to chop.
It's probably a little bit lower towards the edge, like 2.5 towards the edge. So like Pug can quite easily push you up.
I turn to Pug and say, "It's okay. I'll toss myself."
Phrases
That
I
never wanted
literally
to
laugh
hear.
out loud.
Yeah, phrasing.
While
And
they're
I'm
doing
going to-
this, I'm putting my lined jacket on so that I don't have my lined coat on anymore, my armor jacket.
Okay.
I'm just gonna quickly hit up the Matrix and get a whole bunch of really raunchy, nasty ass elf porn and just send it all over to Caber.
That dirty
Kayla,
piece of
what's the
shit.
comlink you've got?
Can't help it.
I'll just be using a metal link.
Oh, yeah, that lets it through because it's one of the users on your contact list.
I turn it off.
Okay, yeah, sure. Make a climbing test. It'd be, what, athletics? Something like that? There's a skill.
Probably, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cast something.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to cast Levitate at Force 2.
Sure.
I hope you realize that the GM's going to make you roll to grab onto the ledge. Otherwise, you're going to plummet to the ground.
0
I'm gonna fail.
successes. You notice that Kay was like, no, Pug, I got this. And he kind of centers himself. He says some words, fingers move, and then he sort of stumbles and reaches up to his head. Did you take any
That's fine.
drain?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm going to... give me a
Just
second.
do it again.
I worked the other day.
Is that what you tell all the ladies? He comes through the wireless.
No,
I snigger. I basically suppress it, but I snigger a bit at that one.
This
Okay.
never happened before, honest.
Okay, so 1 success. Are you now levitating?
Yes, at
Okay.
2 meters per second.
Now
long does it last with
Kaba
1%?
suddenly starts moving upwards at a rate of 2 meters per second, which is actually fairly fast.
Yeah.
That's really fast.
Yeah.
How do you can you like swim in the air? Like how do you make yourself go horizontally?
Magic finger wiggly reasons, that's how.
Magic
Basically anything that I look
fingers.
at, I can send it there.
Magic fingers.
That's what he says as well.
So, essentially it would look like my character is just jumping
but much smoother rather than the harsh acceleration deceleration of jumping. Yeah, you accelerate very smoothly and then land on top of the barn.
Like somebody jumping in a kung fu movie that's on like a wire.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crouching tiger, hidden caber.
No.
In his blazing white suit.
Oh, I'm still in
the
my.
cape is hiding.
I'm still in my gear.
Yeah.
My
Black and white leathers.
Yeah.
Okay, you're on the roof.
All right. I'm then going to cast fashion
Okay.
to try and change the color of my leathers to blend in with the roof.
Okay.
But for this, I'm going to channel through my my focus.
Sure, so you turn the focus on.
Yep. And oh my god, I've lost the tab.
Someone get caper a fiddle.
It's it's force 3. I'm going to cast this at.
And you need 3 hits, don't you, to change color?
Yes, I need 3 hits. Just give me a quick second. Bastard. I can change the hue.
Black and white become a slightly more indistinct grey.
Let me just edge that.
Okay.
No, let me not just edge that. That might as well just cast again after I try to resist the drain.
Yeah, you take no drain, but you just all hear indistinct swearing from the roof.
Fuck! Fucking bunch of fucking. Why does finger wiggly bullshit ever fucking work?
I thought your people were supposed to be graceful, man.
Shut up.
See, Blowback, this is why I keep taking the piss out of your height.
Yeah. How do you know that I'm not taking the piss out of him because he did it first?
Pug, you watch as you
Are
see
you?
the elf on the roof has managed to now make his black and white racing levers suddenly a sort of greyish brown that sort of blends in very nicely with the roof of the barn, which was at one time sheet steel and has now kind of got a little bit corroded
Covered in
and
moss.
rusted and covered in moss in places. And Kaber's outfit is now a very distinct sort of mix of those browns.
So I'm going
It's
to,
a good look for you, Caver.
thanks. I'm going to turn off my my focus and scrub the signature.
Okay, and you start scrubbing that astral signature.
So what are we aiming at? I say as I
Wax
climb into
on.
the bushes to
Wax
take cover behind a tree.
Hey, I just
over
got
the
told to
complex.
aim at the road, man.
I sent Caber up there to watch the road, see if anything was coming towards us, but
Oh,
Honestly-
yeah. From there, you can see a little bit of the road, not a lot, because the trees nearby tend to hide a lot of it. But you can see up and down the main road in front of you.
This is why we need to burn down the trees. Can't we just
I love
burn
this.
down the ones
basically,
that are
Blowback,
between us and the road?
Slanta got into a fight, and then she pegged it back here. The problem is she went on a direct route. She effectively took a straight line between where she was and here. They don't need to have followed her the whole way to extrapolate where they need to be looking. I mean, they're not going to know that she took a straight line, but who knows? They had drones, better drones. They might have followed her all the way here. We don't know. She says she wasn't followed, but
5 hours later.
Okay, so you're going to stay up there watching for quite a time.
Yeah, a couple of hours.
Okay, so Blowback, you dive
I'll
into
get
some
bored.
foliage nearby and find a good place between some bushes and some trees where you can get a good line up down the road. Kaber, you sort of snuggling on the roof amongst some branches and so on that are sort of leaning over from one of the trees now. You're very hard to see. Pug, just inside the doorway looking down the road with the assault cannon. A little bit hard to see from the outside because the assault cannon is nice and obvious, especially a big troll carrying one. But you manage to be just about visible as much as you want to be. How long are you going to wait there?
I got nothing else to do. We can keep talking about whatever over comms. We can keep going over the plans, the 3D plans, that little base, and talk about things. Like, one thing I wanted to figure out was what type of viewing angles will we have inside the compound, both above ground and below ground. I mean, above ground is pretty obvious, but what about What about below ground? As far as like, are we going to have any clear shots? Are there going to be some difficult areas to navigate? Some key areas for us to control? Like Pseudo was saying, we might want to get to the armory as soon as possible, etc., etc.
Well, the underground passages tend to be, although I've drawn them wiggly, most of them tend to be very, very straight. It was the easiest way to cut them, cheapest way to cut them. It's not really designed to have a firefight inside those corridors, so they aren't particularly well defended or, back and forth to be able to make them, very easy to just defend. So they are very straight in every regard. Every time they go to a junction, you can pretty much assume there's a straight line between there and the junction. There are slight curves under the river, so they can actually manage to dip down towards the valley floor and up again. Normally dealt with meter-high steps or whatever. So there's very few actual ups and downs in those corridors. Above ground, in terms of sight lines, what were you thinking of in particular?
From the either from the compound wall near the, what did you call it? Not the guardhouse. The disciplinary place. What did you call that?
Cable called it a brig, so I went with brig.
Brig, yeah. So anything near the compound area, either the fencing or the actual building there, 'cause that's something that we're looking at.
All right, so the sightlines around there, it's pretty open terrain. A lot of vegetation there has been cut back. Basically, you could assume that this entire area is meant to be covered with vegetation had it not been cut back and cut back regularly. Is in fact a little bit
raised at all?
That is higher than the center of the compound, as that is towards the edge of the valley.
Can it see over the roofs of the buildings between that and the river?
Not the residential compounds. Some of the smaller buildings, yes, but most of the bigger buildings, just about no, because it is a very shallow valley. It can see the other side of the river, probably, but it can't very easily see the river itself.
Can it see the little castle, or is that blocked?
Yeah, you could probably just about see the castle-ish from there if you were to move towards one side of it, because otherwise the building, I'll indicate which building is blocking it.
The big
this
foul
building here is blocking it. Yeah. So you could probably, if you move to one side or the other, get a vague shot.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay, while everyone's doing that, I have a quick look on the matrix nearby. It's such a quiet area. I should see icons, especially like a police cruiser, which would be broadcasting, I imagine, in a very obvious way, unless it was specifically trying not to. But
yeah, but don't you just get icons within 100 meters?
If I'm specific, like within 100 meters, but that's quite a long ways. Because you were saying that we weren't having sight around the roads because of trees and stuff like that. So I was just checking for any kind of motion, that sort of thing, any icons.
All right, so within 100 meters of you, you've got all of your icons. You've got the few icons that you checked that were in here, and you previously checked which icons were available in the village within 100 meters. Yeah. All of these are the same ones. Nothing's really changed dramatically. There is one less comlink in one of the buildings, but other than that...
Okay, that's fine. All right. I contact Hal. Hal, I've got a job for you.
Hal was your bike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
I want you to drive up this road, and then I kind of plot a course, because I imagine with all of the maps we've got the actual road layout from our position to the compound. Is that right?
Yeah.
And how far outside the compound were these two cars?
A couple of 100 meters.
So they were quite outside the compound.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they were just about inside enough that they had a sight of the compound itself.
Yeah, were there any like turnings or turn-offs or junctions or anything around there? Just normal places. Basically, I want Suda to tell Hal, look, drive up there like you've got a place to go, turn off before, you get super close to where I actually want you to be looking for things. Or is this more or less a road to the compound?
It's a road to and through the compound. There isn't anything else on this road for many miles, actually. Okay. The first real turning point after you exit this village and get to the compound is the lay-by that they're in.
Okay. So there's no place that really I could have Hal go inconspicuously.
No.
Which is a problem. But between here and there, are there plenty of normal roads and like back roads?
What, side roads?
In
nope.
in an agricultural area, just between the village and that lay-by.
Nope.
Oh no, so it's literally a road out of this village to the compound. Oh,
Yep,
wow.
that's through the
okay.
compound. Basically, this road is the alternative to taking one of the main A roads around to the east. This road isn't used so much, and isn't used particularly nowadays so much because most things north of here are forest.
Okay. All right. Well, Hal, I've got a job for you. I want you to drive up the road. I'm going to give him a position before the lay-by, within sight of it along the road, but not so close that he's actually going to have to be right next to any cars if he drives that far, if that makes sense, and then literally just turn around and come back.
Okay, so he's just going to do a U-turn. When he gets in sight of what you want to... How far away?
Until he gets inside of the lay-by, and just basically report any traffic that's going on there. Specifically, those two cars. Get close enough to get license plates on those cars, especially the sedan.
Okay. Very well, sir. I'll be back shortly.
Excellent.
Motorcycle heads out.
Okay.
Lovely Tron-esque motorcycle as it heads out into a sun that is not yet set, but is getting low in the sky.
Electric engines actually do sound pretty cool. Though these days, they're practically silent.
Anyone else doing anything at the moment?
I'll give it like 10 minutes in the bush, and then I'm going back inside. I don't think anything's going to happen.
So after like 20 minutes or whatever, you decide to head back in. Cool. KB, stay on the roof?
Wasn't doing anything else anyway.
Okay.
At least until it starts raining.
Pseudo, can you pipe the smart gun from Caber's rifle to me so that I can just keep an eye out of the corner of my eye while I'm chilling in here?
You can do that anyway because you're all in the same pan.
Done. Then I do that.
Bam. A few minutes later, Hal comes back. Very well, sir. I managed to get within a few hundred meters and managed to get some license plates for you. Then I had to turn around and come back.
Excellent. Did you notice any untoward activity? Anyone following you? Anyone taking any notice of you?
Not that I could tell, sir, although they do have tinted windows on both of those cars.
Understood.
You get images of what happened. Effectively, he got within about 100 meters and then 180 in the road and came back. You have license plates on both the cars. They quite quickly register when you look them up because one of them is registered as a company car of the New Dawn Church.
Okay.
And the police cruiser is registered as a police cruiser for the British Transport Police. Currently attached to Scottish British Transport Police.
All right. The car is literally just registered to the church. It isn't registered to an individual person, is it?
No, it's effectively a company car.
All right. Hal, on your drive back, did you notice anything in the air?
Anything else?
In the air.
In the air. Not that I noticed.
Any drones, any activity like that? No?
Not that I noticed. I wasn't particularly looking for any.
That's fine. Okay, if you go and park where you were before and re-engage Chameleon.
Very well, sir.
All right. Doesn't look like there's any motion. They specifically attacked Slatter, but maybe they just get people looking around there. It doesn't seem they've followed, but it's probably worth being cautious, especially considering we're just sat here in a barn. They decided to kill us all. They wouldn't need to try very hard. They just shoot through the walls. They'd hit us all eventually.
Kaber.
So you think we're fine for now?
Make a perception check.
Possibly.
Oh, I'm making perception checks. That means something's going on.
No, it doesn't. It means the GM is messing with your mind.
Everything's fine.
That was not a bad bloody roll.
You notice a few ticks start crawling over your leathers towards your slightly exposed neck, and you quickly sort of brush them off.
I don't like it out here.
One of them starts
we'll come
climbing
back
down your
inside.
gun towards your hand.
Funny bugs.
You shoot it away.
You can probably come back inside. It looks like it's fine.
Alright.
It was honestly, I think it was worth checking out. But sorry that I got you all spooked for nothing.
It's fine. I'm just gonna climb down. I'm not gonna climb down. I'm just gonna cast.
Why would you climb down? You're a mage. That's like a king, fashioning his own weapons and fetching his own dinner. My lord.
It's alright, you can call me Caber. I don't need to be called my lord.
And Caber gently descends to the ground.
Fucking nonsense. Fucking techno-braino.
As he brushes yet another tick from his arm.
Okay, well, it seems, to be honest, Zlata's almost getting caught actually helped us. They don't seem to be that bothered about it. I mean, me, if someone was buzzing a drone overhead, I would find out who it was. Blowback, is your eye got any kind of tags, any kind of reference back to you? I mean, I'm assuming it hasn't, but probably worth me asking.
Doubtful. Maybe they get buzzed by enough random PR drones and like journalist drones and things like that to where they just run them off real fast and they just figure it's probably somebody trying to up a quick blog story.
Oh, you might be right. Well, how about you and Zlata? Look through the footage, see if you can pick out our mark. Yeah, it's small chance considering she didn't really get that much time there, but you never know, we might be lucky.
So, did you ask me to do something?
That
What's happening?
What just happened?
I'm confused right now.
The stimulus
It's
are wearing off.
halfway between somebody like messing with me and then something actually happening. What's going on
Sulu,
right
what was
now?
that?
Blowback, why don't you and Zlata look back over the footage properly? Take your time, see if you can find an image of Jack.
Is that a computer skill? Because you might be better taking it with her tag
It would be a
team.
perception check.
It's
Okay,
just a
if it's
matter of
perception,
looking
I
at the
can do it.
pictures,
It would
yeah.
just be extended perception check. However, the footage you have is top down for the most of it.
She didn't take any angle shots.
Well, yeah, but the angle shots are further away. The resolution is not as good. You did ask her to fly
Question.
high.
Fly higher than an eagle. You're the wind beneath my wings. As far as I recall, anyway.
Something like that.
Your exact words. I think you may have sung them as well. Question: while you're looking through the deets, can you see if there's any overlooks where I could probably tag this guy?
Yep. I'm at 14 so far.
Okay. Keep going. Also, you have to resist stun damage.
Oh,
Okay.
really? Why you gotta rain on his parade?
You take a point of stun damage.
That wasn't my stun resist. I'm still rolling
Oh,
for.
okay.
I'll do the stun right there.
That's 18 hits then. You take 3 points of stun damage.
Goody. I've got 20 successes right now in perception.
Okay. Yep. Keep going.
I don't think this is gonna happen, guys.
Ooh.
Glitch, but 22. Okay.
Sorry, I skipped 5s.
So yeah, you managed to get 26 successes in a glitch. You managed to spot a couple of individuals who could be the person you're looking for. Looking around for Jack Davenport, you managed to see there is one person who is busy with a janitorial sort of outfit, like he's wearing the normal outfit, etc. But over the top, he's got these baggy overalls, and he's pulling a work bucket and mop behind him, along with a couple of other individuals who seem to be doing the same thing. And one of whom is a dwarf, and one of whom is also another human. Further away, that's I'm going to indicate where that is. That would be here, coming out of one of the residential buildings. Further away, over near this big building here, you notice a couple of guards, one of whom possibly could be Jack Davenport. It's hard to tell with the slanted images and the low resolution. This guy is equipped with a pistol and stun baton. Seems to be a very basic Guardian level security. That could also be Jack.
Did he find any
Relay this
overlooks?
information. For the rest of the team, any overlooks that were worth?
The water
mentioning?
tower, but that is already used as a overlook by the guards. Alternatively, you could use any of the tall buildings over this side, which are any of these two are the tallest, because there are 3-level mansions. Or if you wanted to use one of the other buildings over around this side, but they wouldn't be as good because then you'd have overlooking multiple sides.
Anything outside or all
Outside
inside
is
compound?
trees and a valley. It obeys the normal rules of being a V-shaped valley and trees being tall.
Blasted trees.
Just climb a tree, you'll be fine.
So I mean, there's always the option of going for the water tower and taking a guard out.
It is the farthest thing away, so they'd have
Well, I
the
mean-
toughest time getting there.
The main thing was to try and get this done before we went in.
What do you mean? As in taking the water tower before we go in?
No, tagging the guy before we went in.
I mean, I can try and see if they have name tags. They may have some sort of similar to a SIN system, some sort of RFID broadcasting information like that. It's a very long shot, but
possible.
Blowback, you watched enough of the footage that you noticed that when the janitorial team went to get into one of the residential blocks, you noticed that one of them pulled up their sleeve a little bit and then moved their arm in front of something attached to the door. And it looked like they wiped their forearm against something attached to the door, and the door opened.
That's right. We got told about that, didn't we? In the notes.
Yes, in the notes there is something about them using subdermal implants that count as RFID tags.
Would they also be broadcasting the person's identity or just their job? Or just access codes?
It has the access code, and it has a very basic SIN attached, yeah. The very basic SIN is effectively, this is your job, this is your name, this is your clearance.
Oh, so we don't even need to tag them anyway.
you know what? That's actually pretty good for us. If we could work out what kind of signal these RFID tags are broadcasting, we might be able to copy it. In fact, if we manage to knock anyone out, I mean, it's a little bit rough, but we could just cut the RFID tag out of them. And then we are effectively them while we're walking around. Alternatively, I can just tell the doors who I am. As long as that person is someone on their database, then it should let me through.
I like the cutting option.
You would.
Cutting
But
option
I'm not
leaves-
against it. As long as we try not to, hit any arteries, sever any tendons, the kind of nasty stuff that I'm sure you want to do.
Stay away from cutting it out unless we're gonna kill him. I mean, you can't have waking up later on with a chunk of his arm missing, being like, oh, because then they're just gonna deactivate the codes. Whack him. It gives us a bit more
Well,
time.
it depends how long this is going to take us to do.
I think copying is probably the better plan.
Yeah, that's definitely something we could do. But honestly, the amount of time that I'm hoping that we're going to be able to put these people down for, we should be in and out of there by then. If we're spending several hours in this compound trying to hit our mark, then we need to be approaching this in a very different way, because that's deep. We're going to have to find somewhere to hide, some way to blend in for a day or more. That's getting pretty intense.
Pug, you still at the door?
Pug is at the door. Is there anything coming down that road?
Yeah. There is a car coming down the road. It's a plain 4-seater car.
It's not anything that house saw.
Nope. No, it's a similar type of sedan, but it's not tinted windows. It's not the same license plate.
Okay. What can I tell from it as it goes by?
Well, for a start, are you going to be still holding the assault cannon, looking out the door as it goes past?
Yes.
Okay.
I love Blowback's reaction. It's like,
Okay, Pseudo
I
and
knew he was gonna
Blowback.
say yes.
Both both of you can see this then, as you see on the image link from his assault cannon, as this car slowly comes down the road towards you, and Pug trains the assault cannon on it. Well, the road goes past the past the barn, but it does seem to be slowing down as it sees the barn.
All right.
Okay.
So what can we tell from it?
The car parks just a few meters away. Looks like they haven't quite glimpsed the assault cannon you have, somewhat a little bit further back in the barn, hiding
At that point, I kind of just murmur through the mic.
Hey guys, someone's here.
Pull the gun in. Don't let them see it.
Guys, someone's here.
I mean, that's all the time that I imagine Pseudo had to.
Well, you have a little bit more time actually, because you are able to do this.
Draw the gun inside.
Oh, okay.
Well, the gun is already inside. He's
in.
just holding it, but a bit back from the door, so he's got a good angle of fire, but hidden.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm gonna put it up against the wall next to the door so they can't see.
Okay. Hey, somewhere in there, can you give us directions?
I look around and then I train my eyes on Caber and give him
Caber. I'll go with my shit-stained fucking suit. Okay. Yeah. What's up, man? Where are you trying to go?
Okay, so Cable walks towards the door and reveals himself.
What kind of guys are these?
Outside, you notice there is a man and a woman. Woman's standing next to the car. The man's sort of a few steps towards you, looking a bit perplexed as you notice the barn door open and glimpse someone inside. Hi, we were looking for a hotel. I don't suppose you could tell us where it is. Do you know the place around here?
I push a
really.
message to the network saying, looking for a hotel. They're a little bit off the beaten track to be looking for a hotel. That sounds suspicious straight away.
I mean, I feel you've gotten yourself a bit lost.
Yeah, that might be the case. I'm sorry.
There's
Pug, which road did they come from? Did they come from
what
the road
type of
from the
hotel is
compound?
this?
They came from the same
We're looking
direction we
for
did.
our holiday lodge.
Judge intentions on him. At least I'm going to.
Sure, you can't really see him very easily. You have to kind of use other people's comlinks unless you're going to walk out there yourself.
Okay.
I'll happily judge
so yeah, you can do
intentions.
that, but it won't get the advantage of your eyes, and also because of the iffy image quality you're going to be getting from people's comlinks attached to them, you'll be at -2.
Okay.
Can we just marvel at these rolls? He rolled 5d6, got 4 successes, rolled 4 and got 3.
It's nice.
Something seems iffy. It seems as if they're not really quite paying so much attention to Caber as they are trying to see past Caber. And the woman near the car does seem to be on her comlink a lot, talking to someone.
I point my helmet at the comlink. I walk out now with my helmet on and point it at the comlink. With the jammer on.
Wow, Caber glitch. While you're saying this, you accidentally knock over the assault cannon next to you by gesturing a little bit too exuberantly.
No, it's not a glitch.
It's not a glitch. Wait, is it not a glitch?
It's 6 out of 13.
6 out of 13.
Okay, it's not a glitch.
Very close.
You brush your hand against it, and there's a as it moves slightly forwards, and you're like, nope, no. Damn, blast it. You notice the woman at the back is starting to start hitting our comlink.
Yeah, you won't get.
Do you know where?
You won't get much reception out here. It's
Ow.
got trees.
Well, I don't suppose you know where our hotel is around here, do you?
I think you've came too far down this road by maybe 100 mile. Like, the nearest hotel is the nearest city. Like, you might want to.
I'm moving
start heading
deeper
south.
into the room, mindful of the door, mindful of any windows. I don't believe there are actually any windows in here. No. It's just a door. And I'm going to crouch behind the couch that I've been sitting on for this time, just back against the couch. I'm going hot sim.
Okay.
And I would like to know what I'm going to try and use matrix perception to see if there are any silently running icons nearby.
You cannot tell anything more than was different earlier with the number of icons in range, except for the fact that there is now no Caber or any Caber attached devices.
Of course, because he's being jammed.
Yeah.
Actually, no, hasn't it been added to the whitelist for the jammer? I thought we were all added to the whitelist on his jammer.
Was Caber added to the whitelist of the jammer?
Oh, the jammer was indiscriminate. Is there a whitelist on the?
If you have wireless on
Yeah.
the jammer, you can specify devices to work within the jamming field. If you have wireless off, you can't.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fine,
since
yeah.
I told you to turn wireless off, I'm assuming you turned it off.
This is blowback you're talking about.
Okay, wireless is on. It was fine.
Okay.
I don't know. It's up to blowback.
So yeah, Cable's devices are still working. Oh well, gee, sorry about that.
Yeah, you'll want to go like up that road, and I would point in the opposite direction of the compound.
Yeah.
Once you get to the end of it, you're going to want to take a left and drive for about 100 mile, and then you might get back to Glasgow, where there's probably a lot of hotels. Anything around here?
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry about bother your time. Well, thank you. Here, have this on me. And he hands you like a cred stick with like 29 on it. Thanks very much for your help.
I don't have much use for Nguyen out here. You can have it back, it's fine.
Oh, you sure?
Hand it back. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I grow everything out back anyway, so it's all
Oh.
good. Thanks.
Must be a pretty nice place you got here.
The shithole.
I pushed the Caber. Wrap things up, Caber.
All right, Diana, come take some pictures of me in the local. And he sort of puts his arm around you.
I jammed
I
the door.
Close
I
the
don't
door.
trust those things. Yeah, I think
the
you best
door
be on
behind
your
you.
way.
Oh, well, at least we got something. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll see you later.
The camera
Yeah.
work if I'm jamming it?
Yeah, it's just not wireless.
Fucking people, fucking.
They get back in the car and they drive off.
Do they go towards the camp or away from the camp?
They went the way you indicated.
Good.
What's the license plate?
You take the license plate down.
No, he wants to know what it is.
It's not gonna matter if it's spoofed though. If that was one of the SUVs we saw from earlier and it's spoofed, that's what I got going on the van too, where it
I
just,
just
changes
imagined-
dynamically.
I'm just imagining it's like NEWDWN.
The moment the car moves out of the jamming field, any icons there that I would notice?
Yeah, sure. As soon as it moves out the jamming field, you notice that there is 4 comlinks and there's a car. There's also a pistol. There's a data slate. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else.
Okay. I am going to. Let me see. I'm going to compile a sprite,
Okay.
and I'm going to have that sprite. Just pop this in. I'm going to compile a courier sprite. I'm going to compile it at level 4. Oops, need to write that in. Sorry about that. Why is my number not working? God damn it. I was wondering why the numbers went right. It's like, wait a second. And I'm the Technomancer. You're doomed. Doomed!
We knew that, we just didn't want to tell you.
I'm going to edge that. 11 die. How did I fail so badly with that? Okay, 6 hits. It is a level 4 sprite, so you need to roll for the sprite resisting
8
being
dice.
compiled. Yes, I believe it is. It's
Double sprite
dice
level,
times
yeah.
2. Yeah.
5, so you get 1 success.
One task with it. I'm going to ask it to. Let me just find the actual name of that sprite power.
The
Run
camera is one.
cookie.
The camera's part of the comlink chat. The camera's part of the comlink, but it doesn't need wireless to function. So yeah, what do you ask for it to do?
I'm going to have it run cookie on that woman's comlink.
Okay, so Cookie gives you the ability to
Basically,
know
the
what it
sprite will follow it for, I'm going to say, 5 hours, and at the end of that period of time, it'll dump all of the information back to me on what that comlink has been doing.
Okay, it doesn't tell you like the contents of the stuff it's been doing, but it tells you what it has done. Correct?
Yeah, it basically gives me information on.
It gives you metadata.
On the matrix activity.
Yeah, so it says
let me
it made a
just
call
find
to
it
this
for you.
number. It doesn't say what the call was.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
So it gives you all the metadata.
Pulling it up exactly for you. Sorry for the delay. I really do need to use Cookie more often so I know offhand what it is. Sprite uses power to tag a target persona, or device in this case, with a cookie file that can be used to track the icon's matrix activity. The sprite must successfully beat the target in a hacking plus resonance, sleaze versus intuition plus firewall test. If the sprite succeeds, the device starts carrying the cookie file, none the wiser.
Okay, roll against me.
Okay. Need to check. What was it? It was a hacking plus resonance for a courier.
The dice on screen are so
hacking
different to the ones appearing in the
plus-
dice log these days. I'm not even sure why I've got the 3D dice on.
Because it makes nice noises.
Yeah, it's entirely for the noises. There we go.
Oh, really? That many? Am I able to use my edge on my sprites?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. That is very, very nice GM there. 'Cause I'm not actually
I'm kind.
meant to be able to.
I'll let you in this case. I might change my mind in future, but in this case, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's only a cookie.
Oh, that's much better.
There we go. Your cookie manages to report in 5 hours' time what happens.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you gonna do anything next few hours until that happens?
No, I'm going to continue looking at the map of the area. After a short while of looking at that, though, I nudge Blow back. Do you want me to move Zlata now?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Blow back.
Just to give you an
Make a
idea
damage
of what
resistance test without armor. You take 5 points of fatigue.
Ow.
Blowback goes, yeah, that'd be good. And just collapses over backwards on one of the hammocks he's on. Sorry, not hammock, it's like a little steel frame bed. Cot, that's it.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can move that if you want.
Okay. So it's just a edit thing again, was that right?
Yeah.
That was computers plus intuition, yeah?
Yep.
Alright, well, I'm going to have Bite this time, run diagnostics on the eye before I try. 4 successes, that's not too bad.
Okay, 5.
But remember, I've got an extra point on my limit as well. Oh, that was so bad.
7.
That was so bad. Considering how many dice I'm rolling, that was actually quite embarrassing.
Yeah.
You don't need to agree with me, you sod.
I know.
We don't think less of you.
I do.
I can feel you judging me.
10.
If only we had a real Decker.
I hate you all.
And Zlaf is now successfully in the gun.
Yay!
Yay! Need to drop.
Back home
points.
now.
And in like 3 more hours, Blowback will have had a full night's sleep.
Hooray! Tempted to wake him up just to spite him.
Okay, so what's going on?
Right, well, I'm working on Zlata at the moment, so that's how many hours? 1, 2, 3, 4.
5?
Yeah, 5 hours that I'm going to be out of this. Taking all of my concentration.
Okay, no one else can do anything?
gonna sleep.
Yeah, sleep sounds good. I'm gonna try to get another soy calf and be very disappointed again.
Actually, as it happens, Pseudo turned it on the last time and hasn't yet turned it back to water, and is too focused on what he's doing to realize you're doing it. If you're stealthy.
Oh,
Pug,
I'm
roll
not
stealth.
exactly. Okay, I don't have stealth.
How much intelligence does Pug have, though? Like, statistically.
3 logic.
Like,
It was 2, but then he got modified.
So what do I
is he
roll?
just-
You need to roll agility -1.
Well, 3 logic ain't bad.
Pseudo, you do notice that. Someone's operating the soy machine.
I said it to give him a triple dose.
Oh no, you're gonna kill him.
I've decided to try the other way. You don't listen to reason, so I'm going to punish him.
You get like this really thick, syrupy coffee.
See, he's doing the blowback strategy now. He'll never learn. He's got to touch the stove.
It smells amazing.
Pretty much.
It's strong.
I'll sip it just a little bit, just to make sure it's not water. It's
You sip it,
definitely not water.
and your lips start swelling up, your tongue starts swelling up, even just from like sipping it.
Oh, this is the good stuff. Just, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay. What's your lowest stat?
Willpower.
How much?
2.
Couldn't you guess?
That explains it.
What's your strength? 6. 8.
No,
It's
6.
Okay. Yeah, so your unaugmented strength now counts as 0, as you find yourself, like your muscles and your nerve fibers and lots of very important parts of your body swelling, and you find yourself
I may have
keeling
just
over.
killed that troll.
You collapse.
This guy can deflect bullets with his skin, and I've just killed him with a cup of coffee.
Into and over the soy machine, which destroys it because it's a soy calf machine and you weigh a lot.
I mean,
the
technically, a
splinters-
flea killed him.
Yeah,
That's
this
true,
splinters,
actually.
and you hear the sound of escaping steam and hot element being pushed against someone's
Oh
skin.
my god, really?
Water spills everywhere and leaks from the pipe that actually does go into this thing from a water butt out back. And
Totally worth it.
Pug, you take 2 points of stun damage, unresisted.
Aesop should have a fable about this. How the troll was defeated by the flea.
Yep. At the
Soy
sight
sauce,
of this significantly more hilarious but also worrying conclusion to this
Yeah,
little
Pseudo Q
scenario,
looks like he could be dead.
yeah, I start incessantly pinging Blowback's coming. Blowback, wake up! And I'm actually shouting it. Blowback, wake up! Blowback!
And I can't wake up though, can I? Do I have
You
to make
can,
a 5
you're only
checks to see if
asleep.
I...
By this point, you would have removed all stun damage on your track because you've got
Oh,
like
okay.
5 hours sleep. However, you haven't slept enough to get a full night's sleep. Blowback, please make a perception check at -2. You
I
wake
envy
up.
your perception rolls.
You very
I envy
groggily, with a headache, wake up.
Blowback, Blowback, Pug is dying. Blowback, I think I've killed Pug.
I go and I get the med kit and I bring it in. I hustle it.
Okay.
Kind of more. It's more automated than anything else. It's like an EMT basically, where it's like I don't even
He's
really know
well
what
trained.
I'm doing. I'm still like half asleep. I'm just like somebody said grab the med kit, so I'm grabbing the med kit because Pug's dead.
Sure.
He's such a good teammate, to be fair to him. Like his automated response, okay, I'll go get the medkit. I'll save you. Don't worry. Not even awake yet. So
the
good.
training
Make
kicking
a,
in.
make a medicine check with the medkit.
Oh god. Am I still at a -2?
No. Because you haven't got any stun damage now, because you'd have got it all back. I won't make you roll, because I know that your average roll would get there quite easily. And I cannot be bothered to roll 5 lots of stun damage reduction. 3 successes. He is suffering from some sort of acute anaphylaxis. He is probably just about able to get air through his very swollen throat and tongue, but you can hear the sound of...
It's the death knell.
I've got to trach him.
You can try traking him if you want.
I mean, I could open up his airway with one of those little claw things that they stick in there, and then they're just like, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if my med kit has one of those.
Oh,
but
it does.
I don't know what it's
Your
called.
medkit has like everything.
Okay, I'm gonna do that first, but if that doesn't work, I'm traking him.
Okay, make a medicine check.
He's gotta learn.
You know what the funny part is about this? He's probably not going to. Wow.
6,
You
yeah.
get the successes
You just
when
like
you need 'em.
instantly you get this thing out and like one-handed you go and it goes
Yeah.
and splits into like the right like basically it's an extending thing so it like pops out so you've got the handle and then the bit to put down the airway and then you just
I
like
just intubated a motherfucker.
straight
All right.
down the airway. You get it there first time and you hear
Are his lips purple or anything?
you can't really tell very easily because it's Pug and he has like
They're
ortho
really
skin already.
swollen.
And he's very swollen. There's kind of a lot of inflammation and kind of bruising from the sudden swelling. But you think that he had maybe ever so slightly discolored lips that are starting to fade.
I come over and just kind of peer over. Well, actually, I was going to say I peer over Blowback's shoulder, but I'd have to be crouching to do that. I look over Blowback. A Pug's eyes like massively swollen as well, and just
Yep. You also
He looks like a
should
drowned corpse.
jab him with adrenaline. Do you want to use adrenaline on him?
Will you kill him if you don't treat him any more than this?
I like how
I will
EE right now.
punch you if you give him adrenaline.
Would I know that with my medicine
You
knowledge?
probably
That's
should give him
the thing is-
adrenaline to otherwise bad.
I mean, doesn't the med kit isn't it smart enough to let him know? Hey, you should probably do this. Isn't
Yeah,
it
it's
using
like
it to-
literally, it's
yeah.
verbally telling you right now. Please use adrenaline on the subject.
Give him adrenaline. Give him adrenaline.
And you notice that that's the last adrenaline syringe that was in the med kit.
He's used up all of my adrenaline in like 2 days drinking soy calf. All of it.
Pug, you are now back to normal, except you have a -4 for all actions. And also, you've got something stuck down your throat. It's allowing you to breathe.
Also, your eyes are swollen. You can't see
Do I
out.
wake up?
Yeah. Yeah, you were still awake the entire time, you just weren't able to move.
Oh,
That's even worse. You were paralyzed while you
I thought it was, like,
suffocated to
passed
death.
out. Damn,
Ping
that's rough.
Glenn that I need a medkit restock at our location.
I'm gonna give the seems good thumbs up.
No, this doesn't seem.
Don't give me a thumbs up after you just tried to commit suicide with soy calf coffee.
Totally worth it.
No, it wasn't.
Glenn tells you that he can get you a full medkit restock, effectively an entire new medkit, because he doesn't know exactly what you need. And he doesn't have a lot of individual supplies and stuff since he's not a medic, but he can just get you an entire new medkit at your location for the normal price of medkit.
Okay, rating 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell Pug this, though. I'm going to say, Pug, I can't save you again. There is no epinephrine left. You will die if you have a soy product. I will not be able to save you.
It's okay. You
Repeat
broke the
it for me,
soy calf
Pug.
machine.
What will I not be able to do? Pug, what will I not be able to do?
I mean, face is so swollen, man, and you had this tube down his throat. What do you expect him to say?
You've
1.5
got
grand.
DNI.
Oh, that's true. But, yeah, I'm not thinking that way. Still giving this seems good.
If you're using the DNI, because the nerve fibers around there are swollen as well, pressing on it, it's still a -4 to all actions. Even via the DNI.
I lean down to blow back. Should I get the manacles?
If you can get him on him, man. I take the intubate thing out, which probably is really unpleasant.
Yeah.
The roleplay there is fantastic, Shen.
You send Glenn the 1.5 grand for the new medkit,
Yeah.
and he'll have one sent over tonight. It'll be with you by 6 a.m.
Okay.
What?
I'm gonna try to use the DNI to say we need a new soy calf machine. I don't know how garbled it's gonna be though.
He
Boy
spells it
ain't
wrong.
right. The boy ain't right.
I send him back the message run through a spell checker.
I'm just sitting here
Seems
just
good.
looking at the
Seems good.
chaos.
As
like,
you try and read every word as it comes through the direct mule interface, you get a throb in the back of your head.
Oh. That's
Okay.
that's
I
fine
wonder
'cause
if
I
it's
actually
Caber.
have that right now, so that's fine.
I wander off to Caber. Is there anything you can do to just knock him out until we need him? Because if we stick him in the manacles, he's not going to be happy with it. But if you just put him to sleep,
He's a big guy.
I know that's the problem. He keeps doing things that none of us can stop him from doing.
Well, if he's awake, I can stop him from doing anything. But putting him to sleep is going to be really tough.
Blowback gets a message just to his comlink saying, would your medkit be able to keep him in a medicated coma?
Yeah, probably. That's what I was doing in the van before you woke me up.
Tell him that you're going to make him feel better and hook him up to the medkit.
Bug, you still got a few problems, man. I need to do some extra work here, so just hang tight, buddy.
I know, he doesn't even do judge intention. He's like, okay. I implicitly trust you because I'm
if
a
I
big
just jabbed him
puppy.
with epinephrine, I'd assume he'd be like, woo! Like,
He's a big
just gotta
guy.
stick that like right into the heart.
He's a big guy and there's a lot of inflammation to get rid of.
Alright, so I drug him and knock him out. I tell the medical kit to keep him unconscious for a little bit. Like, lightly unconscious, so that he can snap out of it. If I need him to.
Doesn't really work like that.
Like diphenhydramine level. Like, you know, like you had a little bit too much NyQuil. Like, you can wake up, it's just gonna take some shaking.
Well, yeah, it will knock him out and then he'll start healing it, but as he's like then healing it, he can be woken up, he'll just still have stun damage.
Won't the medkit be able to keep the chemical in his system at a set level?
Yes, but that would be effectively full stun, and then he can, like, wake up. But, it would be iffy. And it's not a good idea to keep injecting someone with that.
Blowback, have you started this up? Have you started it knocking him out?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so he's out now.
Yeah.
Is it any resist he needs to roll?
You need to roll me a toxin resist test, which is body plus... Yeah, just body for you. Not body with your added, like, bone lacing and stuff, just the original body.
Those awesome rolls.
You take 6 points of stun damage.
But it's like a light and fluffy stun damage, like an I'm falling asleep stun damage.
You need to roll again, as you notice that suddenly you're getting sleepy as the chemical is injected into you from the medkit.
These rolls.
You take, yeah, your stun track is filled up. You are now unconscious.
Okay. Look, I really don't want to do this to him, but I can stop playing him soothing songs. It should help keep him.
Songs?
Blowback says as he pulls the hot element of the Soycaf machine out of the somewhat fused front of Pug's armor that it is kind of melted around it.
Look, trust me if I say that if I told you, or if I described it to you, I'm worried what effect it would have on you. But it's very nice. He likes it a lot. And it tends to put him in a happy place that I'm hoping he won't really want to fight against the being in and will stay asleep.
I judge intentions.
Put it this way, if you don't do it, then I'm going to magically do it so that he doesn't do things.
Hey, you can judge intention, it's fine.
You guys are so mean.
Do you want to roll anything? Because like Pseudo's not trying to hide his intentions. He has the best of intentions for...
Yeah, tell him exactly then.
I was judging intentions because, like, I had like 10 hours disappear the other day and I pissed myself. And so I'm like suspicious what he's talking about here.
Do you remember that time when you woke up in a puddle of your own shit on the Belfast?
Wasn't shit, it was piss, but yes, I recall the occurrence. I remember.
I recall it too, and it was shit. And piss. And so do the rest of us remember it. And so do the cameras. And so does Latta. You don't want me to tell you what this is, because that might happen again. Your call.
Threatening me, Pseudo?
No, I'm trying to protect you. What part of this is a threat? I'm literally saying, if I tell you, there's a good chance, because I don't know why it happened the first time.
I take his word for it. You do what you gotta do, man.
Like genuinely, like, with that roll, or without it, Pseudo honestly appears like he believes what he's saying, that if he told you, he doesn't know whether it would break you.
I believe him.
Okay, so Pseudo sets up his DNI. Cue a timer to very gently start introducing it, because he's aware that Pug was reacting in a kind of painful way to the DNI before.
Well, he's currently medically unconscious. He'll be sleeping when he starts healing that, and you can do it when he's sleeping. However, he would, because he still has the effects of ow as it goes through the neural interface. It might be iffy. You might have to wait until he's healed up a bit more.
Okay, well, I'll set it to a timer of X many hours. Actually, Blowback, how long do you think it's going to take for the swelling to go down and run to DNI?
Medical expertise. How long does that take? PM.
Probably about 2 to 3 hours. Pug
2
heals
to 3 hours, I reply.
body plus willpower. How
I'll
much is your
set
body
it
and
to
willpower?
8 and 2.
So he should
Pretty good
heal
roll.
about 3 boxes every hour.
Okay, well, I've set that up. He's listening to something in about 4 hours. He's going to start just having really pleasant dreams. The sort that
Listening
he's
to-
not going to want to wake up from. And if he does, he's going to be in a really chilled out mood.
I can handle
Hopefully.
that.
Unless something goes horribly wrong, and then he might just start pissing and shitting himself again. I'm really
Did you
hoping
say-
this horribly wrong does not happen, but
Troll can
Did you
produce
say-
a lot of shit, so I hope not too.
Oh dear. Okay, so you hooked that for, was it 2 hours?
no, I'm setting it to 4. So 1 hour after the estimate from Blowback. It'll kick
Okay.
in.
Bear in mind that, are you hooking this up to play from his comlink or from your comlink?
From my comlink to his DNI.
Okay. Then it would need to be, like, you need a cable attached into the back of his head.
Okay, well, I'll do it from his comlink then.
Okay. So you
Whatever
plug-
I've been doing, whatever I did before I stopped sending him dreams.
Well, yeah, so you can basically plug his comlink into his direct neural interface, which it is, and then you can get it to play via that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll just
okay.
set up a timer on that.
Your comlink doesn't have SimSense, does it, Pseudo?
Mine wouldn't need it.
No. If you did, you could then do it to Pug a lot easier because the SimSense module would allow you to play emotions and feelings directly into his head. But you don't have one.
That is
so.
definitely. Well, actually, did the Yakuza, whose comment this used to be, have some sense on it?
No.
Because I don't actually know.
No, it
Damn it, those bloody Yakuza cheapskates.
They have to save all their cash for fancy cars and nice clothes.
And
Yep.
swords.
Swords. Yeah. Okay.
all the
Well,
swords.
that's all set up.
Blowback. As you set this up and you discuss exactly what to do to Pug, please make me a damage resistance test without your armor. You take 5
That's
points
actually
of
really
stun
nice. It's in
damage.
a good pattern too.
Shit, I fell asleep again.
How close was he to me when this happened?
Or no,
Right
didn't
next
you
to
say
you.
I healed up fully? Then I'm halfway down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, then you're just halfway dead. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You're like,
You
why did
look
you
like
wake
you
me
need-
up?
Because our troll was dying? What was I meant to do? Leave you sleep? I mean, I appreciate you need a rest, but... Priorities, man.
I mean,
And that,
instead of just letting him die?
I
You
guess he
can't
deserved it,
do
but
that. That's so mean.
he would learn the lesson that way.
How would that make him learn?
In his next life, he'd have this horrible aversion to Psychath.
You don't know his previous lives, man.
This has actually happened. It's a cyclic event. Every time he reincarnates, this happens to him. He
This is
eventually
how-
dies to a
this is how
Psychath
a new-
overdose.
Yeah, there can always only be one pug, and when it dies, the new one is the same as the old one.
New one gets born in the next, in the seventh world. There'll be a new pug
and that
Okay.
is where we end the stream for tonight.
with a knocked out pug in a chemically induced coma with
About to be influenced subconsciously by a song, with Blowback barely on his feet, with Kaber wearing some very dirty brown biker leathers, and with Pseudo pretty much just Pseudo normally is, actually.
Now, chat, remind us when the next thing comes around, when the next stream, that I need to find out what Hazel found out with the cookie.
Yes. Yes, you
Hazel.
do. In fact, I might as well tell you now because it will happen during the sleep cycle that you're inevitably going to have to go
Sounds
into.
good.
Surveilled.
Basically,
I know it.
as soon as their car got out of sight from you, They told the car to just take a grid guide route around the lake and then back up to the compound. So they didn't have to go past your van again. They made a phone call as soon as they were out of sight of you.
Okay.
You have the phone number it went to. Well, a com code.
What should I write this down as? Just so because I've got a lot of com codes now in this thing.
Well,
I need, like,
actually, it was in her phone as a name, so you'd have the name. And the name was Mirage.
Okay. All right.
A gun was turned on. Gun was checked. Gun safety flipped on and off. Bullet racked. Car driven round the lake. That takes less than 5 hours. It gets to the compound. Gun was safetied. Bullet was ejected from the chamber. Gun was changed owner. By that, it means took back into the armory as opposed to an actual change of ownership. Okay. Effectively, a gun that would be given to someone to take out with them was given back to the armory. Comlink was put into sleep mode and handed back in and registered against a scanner.
Okay.
And at that point, the cookie exits.
All right.
As Comlink then goes to shut down. So you actually get the cookie back early.
I was just gonna be like, well, I come out blasting. If I could like get a lecture. I knew somebody was gonna lecture me if I did.
But you've learned to play mirror shades.
Yeah.
You're learning.
I should have shot him.
I don't think Pug has learned anything. In fact, I think
I don't
Pug
think
has
so
learned
either.
is that
Pug is
Psycaf
regressing.
tastes great. Psycaf is amazing. It makes your face feel funny, and then you go to sleep. It's brilliant.
And then you get stabbed in the heart with adrenaline.
Well, it makes him
Twice.
feel even greater. Oh, I'm gonna drink Psycaf all the time. You're so bad.
Oh dear.
He's gonna kill himself with soy. He is literally gonna kill himself with soy. We all know this.
Sorry to the eye.
It's just a matter of time. He's going to murder himself. He's going to self-execute.
Pretty much. Right. So, thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much to everyone who tipped, everyone who subscribed, and everyone who blamed Kaba, because, to be honest, that's what we're all here for, right? So, we're going to go through the tips in a minute, but Avak, where can people catch you until next week?
Then catch me over on youtube.com/Avak, on Twitch TV/Avak, and on Twitter. You know what, I'm not even going to say it. No, I refuse.
Is it
Underscore.
Avak_?
I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate every single one of you.
I think you should change your branding everywhere else so it matches.
Yeah.
No!
I think the underscore is
I'm
a
going to
nice
cling,
I know.
cling desperately to my YouTube and Twitch where it's just Avak. Damn it. On YouTube, I am currently playing through Kingdom New Lands and loving it. I'm sort of playing every now and then Project High Rise. I've gone through 2 of the scenarios right now and a sandbox mode. I'm probably going to play another scenario sometime in the future. I am back to playing Alpha 14 on RimWorld, and I've got various little series that I play here and there, like Starbound, Terraria, and of course Thea, which actually I'm probably going to be streaming over the weekend with Lady Sheelab.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Stejo.
You can find me over at youtube.com/Stejo, where I play games recorded and stream. I will be playing Help the Game pack, which I'm going through each of the games in the pack. The pack, all profits go to War Child, the charity. So I'm just showcasing that, try and get a few more sales of that for, obviously, charity. I just finished Song of the Deep, which was a little Metroidvania thing by Insomniac, which was pretty fun. It was a nice little story, wee Irish folklore story. I'm playing Frozen State, survival game, and loads of Factorio, as usual.
You? No way.
3 different series.
Sweet. Shen.
I just came back from eye surgery. It's going to be a little while before I'm back to full speed, but I should be streaming at least a couple hours tomorrow just to get my feet back on the ground. And we're going to be doing some Hearts of Iron, and I'm going to be having a YouTube series for tutorial for Hearts of Iron because there's a lot of people asking for that. But that's all I have planned for now.
Very cool. Splat?
You can find me at youtube.com/splattercatgaming, where right now I'm playing Kingdom New Lands. Actually, that's more or less it. I've had everything expire the last week where we finished off all my games, and I'm just waiting for No Man's Sky to come
How
out.
are you finding Kingdom Newlands?
It's cool. I'm having to learn new stuff. I'm not very good at it, but, you know, I'm sorting it out piece by piece. It's been a long time since I played last, so I've had
a lot has changed. Like winter. Oh my god, that caught me off guard. It's like, all your folks no longer work. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's like, have fun making no money, but you still have objectives, and you're like, oh no! I just want bunnies so I can shoot them and make more money. But yeah, I'm pretty much just playing that, and then on the side, I think I'm also playing This Is the Police, but that's pretty much all I have going on right now. No Man's Sky comes out. Yep, this is the police. Whoop. I'm coming back on
That was
Friday,
a game that
though.
I was sorely disappointed by.
Oh, you didn't like it?
Yep.
There's a...
I love that. It's like, yep.
I don't even want to
Depends
go
how
into the rant because I went through the rant of why I don't like it.
I have mixed feelings on the game. Like,
RNG can really hurt you in that game just randomly and screw you over. Like, that's the biggest problem I see with the game. And that in City Hall has too much power.
Well, my issue with the game is that you're forced to play in a very specific way.
Oh, yeah, you have to be a scumbag, otherwise you're toast. You can't be a good guy in that game.
Yeah, no,
You have to
people
be
in my
horrible.
comment section were saying, oh, you should restart because you played it wrong. And I'm like, no, you meant to play like a character with a moral choice, and I decided not to do certain things. Then you've, like, if that's the design of the game, you've abandoned moral choice element.
Yeah. See, I tried to play it lawful
Squeaky
good,
clean.
and it's just impossible.
Yeah.
You just die. And it's like, all right,
Yeah.
great, okay. So you can't actually. There's no mechanic there to play a really good cop, even
Problem is,
though
like,
it kind
I
of gives
really
you
like
the semblance
idea, and
that
I
it
like
is.
the design and the UI, but the gameplay, they've actually got some really bad elements. Like, if you have a press conference, it takes up your entire day, but all your cops come to work, but don't do anything, so they all take fatigue. If you ask extra cops to come in to work on a really time-sensitive, like, objective, they don't, but they still take the fatigue, and you can't tell them to come in tomorrow because you spent the entire day in a press conference without the ability to micromanage them.
Yeah, and there's like little other schizophrenic things too, like when City Hall gives you a request, it's the only thing in the game that's not on a timer.
Yeah.
Everything else in the game, you've got 50, 40, 30 minutes to handle. But for some reason, when City Hall comes through, it has to be right now, and it's always scheduled to be right after a big call comes in, so you miss it like half the time. And it's just
I need you to send me 5 detectives.
I have 3. What do you want from me?
Oh, but
Did you at least enjoy the Rorschach tests?
I did.
it was fine.
I like the game.
Yeah.
It's just a very, very schizophrenic game. Like, it's not sure what it wants to do,
Yeah.
and it's very, very apparent.
I
as you
also
get further
I
in.
haven't got into the characterization as much. I think maybe it's because the gameplay is different to the characterization. Is that I'm often sitting there through the cutscenes going, when will they end? And I really don't feel that. I don't feel that about a game that has got this cool art style. I don't feel like I want the cutscenes to end. Like, that feels
Yeah, that's the
opposite.
thing. I've seen people playing the game. In fact, I've watched 3 of you playing the game, and I really like what I saw. But when I analyzed the game, I didn't click.
That's
with me.
exactly how
But
I feel. Like, I
really
want to
liked
like the game,
the look of the game,
and it's kind of, and I want it could be so much better. Like the concept is nice, but.
They just need to get rid of the RNG elements, like losing half your officers at the beginning of the day for no apparent reason. And then if they just like evened out City Hall and just kind of gave the player more choices, they would have like a really blockbuster hit on their hands. But really, you're a bad guy. Like, you have to sell out and join the Mafia, otherwise your game is going to go horribly.
The only thing that I could see being the case is that the moral choice is how bad. Bad in what ways?
Yeah,
but then that's still not a full moral choice game.
No,
unless. But this is the thing. This is the one thing. Loads of people have said, "Oh, but you can't be good," and I'm like, if that is a design choice they've made as a commentary on humanity, I'm all behind that as an artistic choice. They're literally saying, "Yeah, you can't be a good person and survive in this world. You can be a good person up until you die. Well done. You made the moral choice. You died for it." You stuck to your guns. And from that perspective, I'd actually be behind that, but I don't think that's what they tried to do.
No.
I think that's just what it ended up being, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like I think... I forget there was a game where like the game was just you had a gun and there's a person tied up and you could shoot them or not, and that was it. But if you shot them and then closed the game and then opened it up again, they were still dead, and that was the point.
Yeah.
It was trying to teach you a lesson. Yeah, you don't get to take this back. Life or death is not a game. And if that was like the same sort of thing that they were doing here, saying, yeah, you can't be a good cop. I'm sorry, you just cannot be a truly good cop. The best you can be is a not entirely dickhole cop.
Yeah, but the problem is like the things the big issues are that I think me and Steeja had is stuff like the at the beginning it's like, right, you've got a protest. It happens quite a few times throughout the game. And then the mayor's like, I want you to suppress this protest. Any way you have to suppress it. Or we fire like half your cops.
Well,
and you have a choice of, do you shoot all the people at the protest? I'm like, no, I don't shoot everyone. Nope. Firing 6 cops.
Yeah, you done that wrong. You lose like slots. And it's like, what the? How did I do it wrong? I went to the protest. I didn't shoot people. Therefore, I fucked up.
And unions are a thing. You can't do this. We have unions.
I would accept the fact that like it was a choice. If when you died from being too good, it was like, okay, you chose this, you died, and then this is what happens with the city after you're dead. Like, and give you a quick synopsis. But it's not. It's just game over. It's like, oh, okay.
Like if it went, you were fired, but you remembered as a good cop, etc., blah blah blah. People on the force, etc. After you had this sort of legacy of you left a good image, etc. Whatever. But now you just.
You were the Gordon of this police force. This world didn't deserve you.
Yeah, like there was a memorial and stuff, and but unfortunately, it was just like game over.
Yeah, no, there's no lesson.
Yeah. Anyway, before we start reviewing,
quick show of hands though, quickly. Okay. How many of us are going to be playing No Man's Sky when it comes out?
How many of us are worried that No Man's Sky still doesn't have review copies and they've just put the release back a day?
Game, I've already seen it. It looks like I've
played the game.
Like,
I've played the
game. How many of us think that No Man's Sky
it.
is going to be Spore?
I like Spore, so I don't think that's a good comparison. I think it's going to be overrated trash, but I mean...
I think that Sean is a very Peter Molyneux type person.
Yeah. He's promised the moon on a stick, and he's going to deliver a chunk of moon rock.
But what I find interesting is that they're listed on Keymailer, so you can apply for keys, but they still haven't given any word when they're going to be giving out keys, and aren't communicating with anyone, including publications.
So Sean actually went on Twitter and says, "We've made a Keymailer." It's like, all right, are you going to give keys out, or are you just going to fuck about and wait until we all buy it?
No, I've had some communication with them. I suspect that they're going to release it out. Yeah,
they haven't been emailing like all of the publications like Rock Paper Shotgun have said, like, we emailed them asking when are the keys coming, and we haven't had any reply to anything we've sent them.
Really?
Yeah,
I've replied to about 3 or 4 emails now.
You're the only person I know of, even the only outlet I know of, who's actually heard from them.
I had a massive rant
Winning smile
about this before.
Winning smile.
I'm not even hyped about it. I'm not even excited. I'm only playing it because I know I have to. Like, as a YouTuber, I know
I'm hyped about it, but I'm
play like nonstop.
I'm not hyped. I'm interested, but cautious. But I
I've played a bit of it on PS4, and I'm incredibly hyped to start my actual playthrough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But the one big thing that I will say is I've seen a lot of footage now, and the planets all look the same.
Yeah, and the animals all look like trash too. It's just like, oh look, another weird squirrel lizard thing.
I feel like they went through
it walks in fucking circles.
The Spore creature creator and just like plucked people, plucked the things out. Like, yep, that can go in the game.
See, the thing that the Spore creature created, and this was really clever of the guy.
It was procedurally how
they released the creature creator months ahead of time, so people could burn off their hype. I want to make creatures, and 8 bajillion creatures were made. And so when the game dropped, it was like, what's this? 8 bajillion creatures. Where did we find those?
The best thing about that is they got to find out who was creating all the dick monsters beforehand and ban them all before they got into the actual game.
Yeah, that was a stroke of genius, genuinely genius.
That was actually a really big problem, and it solved itself before the game came out.
Yeah, that was quite clever. But yeah, so
I'll be interested to see
I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to playing it. But I am trying to manage my expectations of it.
I must be wired. Yeah. I must be wired wrong, because anytime there's hype for a game, I just look the other way. I have very low interest in anything that gets any hype, and I don't know why.
To be
but
fair,
I have no
Hearthstone
interest
got
in No Man's Sky.
very little hype because it came after Stellaris, and Stellaris got the hype. And I think Hearthstone was a solidly better game.
Oh, it's way better, but that's because it's the fourth iteration of a game that they already, they knew was a
Yeah,
very
they've already had
IP,
time
yeah.
to tweak the formula a lot.
Yeah. But before we turn this into a gaming podcast,
I know. I was thinking, damn, we need to make one of these.
That
This
went
is
into a
good-
podcast
good bit
quickly.
of-
As
yeah.
soon as you mentioned No Man's Sky, podcast.
Yeah,
I get to
we-
be
we
the
should
hater.
definitely
I'm
do
excited. I get to be that guy in the corner, just like fuck everything. I
You need
hate
to let us know,
everything.
people in chat.
Cynicism.
You need to let us know on Twitter. You need to let us know on Reddit. Wherever you want a gaming podcast, just us talking shit about things.
We could definitely pull that
An
off.
hour or so.
We could pull that off.
Yeah,
Shadow
I think so.
Gamers.
Maybe.
Needs work.
Yeah. I don't think it should have anything to do with Shadowrun.
Game for it.
Unless.
Those have all been taken now, by the way. People have gone onto Twitch and Twitter and will have grabbed those. We'll have to think of something new and not do it live in front of a studio audience. But we've been Roll4It. We're going to read the tips out now before I forget. And then we'll be off.
Podstar, please!
Oh, dear. Game Police. Freeze.
That's not a bad one. Game Police.
Well, it is now that's been taken, because I've said it.
Yeah, about 8 different people just raced off to take it.
Yeah.
Well done, you idiot.
Right. Today, starting off with $1.23 from Astrophobic. Moved into my own flat yesterday and started a new school today. Can't think of a better way to celebrate other than Roll4It and snacks.
Pretty solid
good.
idea of celebration there. I hope beer was involved.
Depends on the quality of the snacks.
Your low lifestyle does not allow for that. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Are they made of soy? Do you have an anaphylactic shock to them? 1118 from Tali Taliana. For the Caber Kingdom, ruled by King Caber and his closest minister, EE, his bodyguard Pug, the wizard of the kingdom Pseudo, and his loyal dungeon master Blowback. Feel free to discuss Caber's end.
I thought I was going to be
I'm
the
a
jester.
wizard,
I started
Harry!
shaking my head
Hagrid,
preemptively.
rather.
I'm a what? You're a wizard.
No, you're a unit of power.
I'm a unit of power.
1251 from Perpetual Student. Must be even. Then 108 from Perpetual Student. I math good. You added an odd number to an even number and... Wait, what? No. How did you... You must have made it odd by going with I math good. I don't know. I wish I knew what the total was at that point. Damn. $10 from Tom555J. No comment. In low caps. We know that's a typed in comment. You don't fool us.
I just want to be on record that if I was the wizard of Caesar's Kingdom, I would be the bacon wizard.
Really?
It's delicious.
It is.
If you haven't heard the Bacon Wizard song, search it. Bacon Wizard, Weeble stuff. Go watch it.
I prefer Magical Trevor.
Magical Trevor is awesome, but I'm not at that level. I don't
The
think
tricks
any
that he
of us
does
are.
are ever so clever.
Look at him now, disappearing a cow.
Where's the cow? Hidden right now.
Oh dear.
Oh man, the other guys didn't join in.
No, this is what happens when you got
It's
inside
Magical
jokes.
Trevor.
Sorry, I'm just sticking with
Everybody's seen that the
narwhals,
trick is
narwhals.
clever.
Look at him
Meme
there
too
with his
dankly. You
leathery,
meme too dankly and we weren't with it.
Then 250 from Chaos Dispenser. Dupe, I guess. There
That
we go.
was a
That's
really
close.
unenthusiastic dupe. Just dupe, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's like I'll throw a dupe in there.
He pissed
Dupe.
himself again. Oh well, I guess.
Oh, I've given him psychological nightmares and terror, and oh, he's gonna take like years of having a psychiatrist fix his brain. I guess.
Mm.
Thank
To be
you
fair,
very much.
he's mostly forgotten it. Except we keep reminding him. But he's mostly forgotten the actual experience himself. Which is good.
Thank you very much, Chaos Dispenser. 559 from Epsilon Dragon. Hey guys, I love the stream. E, fantastic GM, Stejo, Avex, Splatter, and Shen. Love your wackiness and humor. Keep it going, guys.
Thank you very much.
$10 from Naziri. I finally made it. Good luck, everyone. Naziri also subbed the stream, I noticed. as we got going.
Ooh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Overachiever, thank you.
Mangled Pork there. Funny songs.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Good old Mangled Pork.
5588 from Skeletar Rancid. Pug, knock Suda out and feed him to the animals.
Aw.
Oh,
Man.
booze.
Save the animals.
I don't
I'm
know
sure
if I could
Kel
do
would
that for
agree.
Pseudo. Caber, maybe.
I'm not sure they'd want to eat Caber. He's an elf. They're probably like,
taste-
no, he's too pretty to eat.
He's
I
one
taste
of
like
us.
magics.
One of us. Take him to the woods.
And
A shrubbery.
Out of nowhere.
$10 from Kenyan Crusader. Just got an apology donation as got a night shift tonight, so I can't keep watching tonight, but got Fire Red to play as long as you guys send love, I'll make it. Just Kenyan Crusader. If you've got Fire Red to survive the night with, you know, that's acceptable. It's not
That's
roll
fine.
for it.
That'll
but
eat up some time.
yeah.
send love.
Speaking of which, I got Pokemon Y, and honestly, I'm not impressed.
Should have got Omega Ruby or Alpha Sapphire. I didn't like or X and Y. I thought they sucked ass, but I liked the other
Yeah.
one.
They're trying to cram
know-
too many ideas in, and they're really simple.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I would have just gone
colours.
with Omega Ruby. It's really, really good.
it's called Pokemon Y.
Oh, I like that too much.
I've never played Pokemon, so don't listen to me.
Go back and
I-
get Yellow. You'll just be happier for it.
I want to play something new, and I think I played all the old ones, and playing the rehashes of them is like, I know them. I might get Black or something, Black and White, because I don't think I've played those.
Telling you, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, man. I'll battle you.
PvP me, bruh.
Yeah, my Gyarados will come in and intimidate everything you got. You just be like, wow.
No, but my Magikarp will win, right?
Dragon Dance.
Yes.
Dragon Dance.
253 from Kenyan Crusader. God, something asterisked. Hippies in Richard Nixon voice. Richard Nixon
Goddamn
voice.
hippies.
God
Can't do it.
Which is actually something that Pseudo's considering.
What, doing
Richard
something to
Nixon.
hippies?
God damn it.
Or resurrecting Nixon.
More
God.
godding the technomancers in camp.
Oh, was it because of the Welsh accent? Is that what Suda likes?
Oh, you know what Pseudo likes.
What?
Sheep.
What? I think we're talking about. We're not even on different pages. We're in different books right now.
Wait, it was
We
God
might even be on different
something
bookshelves.
hippies, and I assumed that something was an action, and then you said that Suda would like to do that, and I assumed that the hippie was
More against
Celt.
the cultists.
Oh, the cultists, not the Celts. Okay, that's completely different. So I don't need to do my Welsh accent again.
You can keep doing the Welsh accent. It's okay. It gives me a laugh. It's nice.
Poor Caber, being expected to sleep with every female character they come across. That's not Welsh at all. Actually, I don't know what that is now.
It's very true, though.
Wait, just gotta wait. Valley. Tain't easy being
In the
a 10 out of 11 out of 10, you know. Also, Stejo, you still owe me one. You still owe me the prologue
Oh, that was from.
from Black Sun. Free
Black
8 days.
Sun.
My soul.
Oh, no, you
is
edited.
damaged.
Anonymous, $5. You know the Zulili. Love say- I've just lost it. I can't do it when reading text.
I've broken RGN as well.
Yeah.
Slowly going through the entire team. The only person who's safe or is the bastion of normalcy now is Caber, and that's just frightening in and of itself.
Caber doesn't pay enough attention for you to do anything to his brain.
Don't worry. I just wait until I have to flirt with Caber, and then that will break Caber.
You never know.
Bring it. You know the Drilly. Love Saber Senpai, best Senpai, love. Pastebin. If the dialogue's a bit messy, but at least I found out what Pastebin does, not support cursive or bold. Oh, let's look.
Fatalities in Pokemon, oh my god.
Oh, it's been removed. This page is no longer available. Oh, sad face. Well, thank you, Anonymous. And $1.69 from Astrophobic. The evenness shall suffer. It is now very uneven. It is very uneven.
That's
anarchy.
fantastic.
That anarchy tip.
That's the kind of first world anarchy I can appreciate.
There we go. First world tips. We appreciate them. Anarchy or anarchy less. Anarchy less? Anarchy less. I don't know. There's a word for it, I'm sure. But this is perfect timing because my voice is just about to give way. 4 hours. Well done. Oh, I didn't say where you can catch me. You can catch me on YouTube. You can catch me on Twitch. I probably will not be twitching
Stick
this
him in the ball if
Saturday,
you catch him,
depending.
though. Really hard to catch.
Need master
There have been no signs near
Gonna
you.
need
I'm
lots of
always 3
raspberries.
steps further away.
Lots of raspberries.
Yeah, if you want to give me raspberries, maybe I will let you catch me. Just lots of
But
raspberries.
if they force feed you enough of them, you're not going to be able to get away. You just be there.
What he's saying is throw a ton of balls at him. That's what he's saying. That's how you
All
catch
the balls.
him. All of the balls. Just throw balls at him.
And on that note, my stuff on my YouTube channel will be coming back now that I've got a better voice and I can start recording again. It might just take me time to get back at speed, and also No Man's Sky when that comes out. But anyway, I've been EnterElysium. We've had Pseudo, Avak, Steejo, Shen, and Splaton, and we'll be back next week when I think we actually finally might infiltrate the
We
compound.
might do a run.
Yeah.
No. That's
Or
too
do you
much
need
work.
like another few more sessions?
He needs to drink
Yeah,
soy for a couple more
At least
hours.
another 6 weeks, yeah.
Okay, good. But until then, welcome to the shadows, and stay shiny.
Bye-bye.
Farewell, everyone.